zien op de kraakheldere beelden van de LVC. Ook te vinden op YouTube. Dus mocht je nog vrienden, familie thuis hebben die helaas hier niet aanwezig konden zijn, stuur ze dan even naar YouTube en daar kunnen ze dit allemaal live meemaken. Nou Tom, hoe gaat het ermee?
Ja, heel erg goed, Boris. Ja, gisteren mogen genieten van een prachtige openingsceremonie. Daar werd eigenlijk al de toon gezet voor dit weekend. We hebben prachtige woorden mogen aanschouwen van Seada van der Herik, de voorzitter van de KNRB. En als ik even mag citeren, together they strive with heat in their hearts. Ik denk dat dat poëtische en woorden zijn die eigenlijk heel erg goed omschrijven waar het dit weekend om gaat. Jong talent dat zich mag profileren op internationaal roeiwater.
Ja, dat is ontzettend mooi en ook schitterend om weer te zien dat de Coupe de Jeunesse hier op de Bosbaan wordt gehouden. Toch wel onze thuisgrond, om het zo maar te zeggen. En momenteel komt onze derde commentator, de heer Steenvoorde, ook eindelijk de studio binnengelopen. Ik denk dat hij nog enkele belangrijke zaken moest regelen onderweg. Maar zoals altijd is hij keurig op tijd, want over 2 minuten gaan we beginnen met de start van de eerste voorwedstrijd. Ja, en dan is natuurlijk een goede vraag. Waar kijken we eigenlijk naar op dit moment? We kijken natuurlijk naar de Junior Men's 4 zonder. Eerste heat. Hier hebben we in baan 1 hebben we Spanje. Baan 2 Hongarije. Baan 3 Noorwegen. En baan 4 Nederland. So as said, we're looking at Junior Men's 4 in lane 1 Spain. Lane 2 Hungary. Lane 3 Norway. And lane 4 Netherlands. At the start list, it's going to be the first match of the day, so very exciting to see what's going to happen here, and of course this determines what we're going to see this afternoon. Mr. Steenvoorde, welcome in the studio. Please turn on your mic, and we should be able to hear you now.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the warm welcome here at the Bosbaan. They just started away, lights out and away we go, Boris, the first race of the day, and we're very excited to see some men's quads rowing, some men's fours here, and it looks like the Dutchies aren't doing bad here on the water.
Yeah, that's of course, we are totally onpartijdig, right, as they say in Dutch, but for Dutch crews our heart will beat a little bit faster, of course. Ja, de eerste ploegen zijn momenteel weggestart en we hebben natuurlijk ontzettend goed beeld hiernaast. We kunnen zien dat het baan 2 is met Hongarije die op dit moment aan de leiding lijken te gaan. En dat doen ze zeker niet onverdienstelijk. Fijn dat mijn beide commentatoren allebei de microfoon nu al in de wilgen hebben gehangen. Dus ik kan geen 1-2'tje doen, lijkt het op dit moment op. Ik ben ook helemaal vergeten de stream te starten. Dat is eigenlijk het enige wat ik
The microphones are hanging in the willows and there's being earned a lot of cash money here on the Bosbaan. Mr. International, Mr. Worldwide, Boris Lamp here in the studio, live for you guys.
Yeah, almost forgot to start the stream. Also, we're able to be followed live at studiobosbaan.be. If you don't want any of the fancy live video, just want the full audio experience, then you can go to studiobosbaan.be.
Meanwhile, we see the crews going through the 500 meter mark with Hungary leading this race. And I think it's the Netherlands second here. Hungary looking very strong.
Very strong push in the water. This is, course 2 is a lane 2, Hungary with Barnabas Gastioni on bow and Marton Zimond Haidu as stroke. Let me change this.
Roll 2 in the background.
A little bit of rain coming down on the track today. Of course, for track conditions, that doesn't really matter since they're rowing in water anyway. But slippery oars. That's of course never doesn't really help a lot, Tij.
Yeah, Hungary rowing there with mediums, very controversial, especially in these conditions. The Netherlands is pushing back a little. They seem to be just a little bow ball away from the first position here. And it looks like an exciting race we got going for you guys. The big screen here on the field, also pumping out the amazing views from the Louter Video Commission.
Yes, exactly. And I've never seen such a big screen here in the Bosbaan. Actually, it's been a while, and
they're preparing for the World Championships that are going to be held here too.
I'd say happy to announce that in the studio we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screens as well, so we can report from any angle live. And who are definitely reporting live as well is the Netherlands. They're knocking on the door of Hungary, but Hungary isn't going to give it away, since they are now pushing over the boat of the Netherlands again, taking over control taking back that first position, as can clearly be seen from the live footage from the car. That's actually the Toyota Yaris. It's back. It's
the same one.
It's the same one. Yeah,
amazing.
exactly. It's back, and they're providing us some footage from the match. Yeah, it's gonna be a heated match between Hungary and Netherlands.
Yeah, it seems like the Dutch are really walking here now on the water. They're really flying, pushing their they're about two crew members in front of the Hungarian boat here. We've got some live times for you here on the 1,000-meter mark. It is indeed the Netherlands with just shy of a second faster than Hungary, followed by Norway and Spain there in lane 4 and 3. But they're going to be tightly knit together, because on the 1,000-meter it's only about 4 seconds apart, and here in the men's 4 that's actually not too bad. It means that this is a race with competing crews that are a good match to each other over all the lanes. We're now excited to see them coming through. It's Hungary still second position, but Norway is not out of this race yet. They're also, as Boris already said, knocking on some doors. And now the question remains, is Hungary going to answer or not?
Yeah, and that's indeed that's going to be the answer here. And we've got great vision here at the end of the track in the finish tower. Reporting
2020 vision.
2020 vision. Yeah, with my lasered eyes, we'll be sure to see that. Also, we must not forget that commentary moet ook in het Nederlands af en toe. Dus
50%.
Ja, 50%. Dus ook soms moeten we even die soepele switch maken naar
die schakeling maken wij zonder moeite natuurlijk.
En dat vinden we helemaal niet erg, want we zitten natuurlijk ook naar een Nederlandse ploeg te kijken. En dan is het wel zo eerlijk als zij ook wat Nederlandse commentaar krijgen. Daar krijgen ze ook een mooi bedje bij, wat alleen de Nederlanders denk ik kunnen herkennen. Hoe ziet het eruit hier, Tom, met in de voorhoede?
Nou, we kijken nu naar de laatste 500 meter die erin zijn gegaan. En het is eigenlijk nog steeds Nederland die hier aan de leiding ligt. Volgens mij daarachter ligt Hongarije. Maar het is nog heel erg spannend. Want volgens mij ligt het ongeveer een seconde nog uit elkaar. It's 1 second between the first two. And it's Norway that's trying to get to that second place as well. But it seems to be the Netherlands that have already hun stempel gedrukt. Put their stamp on this race.
How are you going to translate? That's put their stamp on this race. Yeah, exactly. And not a post stamp, of course. And now they're going here in front of the honorary jetty, right? As we call it, of het erevlot. En ja, het is toch die Nederlandse ploeg die hier de leiding echt zeker wel overgenomen heeft van de rest. En gaan hier ferm aan kop. Toch die Nederlandse eindsprint die hier ze geen windeieren heeft gelegd.
No wind eggs to be laid here, Boris.
It seems to be Norway.
Yes, and Norway actually, the knocking on the door turned into a big jump for Norway, and they're all through Hungary here. Big start for Hungary, but they couldn't hold on to it till the end. So it's Norway that came in second after the crew from the Netherlands, and finally here also Spain finishing in fourth. We're off, I think, already to the next start, which is another men's 4, and they've just passed the 500-meter mark in a pretty decent time, faster even than the last heat. It's Great Britain there in first place, 1:29 through the 500-meter, followed by France and Italy.
Yeah, of course, Great Britain with some great rowing pedigree, right? A country with many great races as well, such as Henley boat race, great university rowing teams as well. But yeah, these young lads, they will probably end up in one of those squads later on, and maybe we'll see them again here on the Bosbaan in the future. But right now we're looking at the Coupe de la Jeunesse, of course, and it's Great Britain in lane 1, France in lane 2, and Italy in lane 3. And as it seems, it's relatively close together if you're looking at times. The live video committee has some troubles in providing us with a clear shot, but they're doing their best.
There seemed to be some distraction by the local flora and fauna, but now they've got the Italian crew straight in the middle of their camera here. It's going around well. It's very Italian rowing there, especially the bow has got some Milano strokes right there, and it seems like also the wind eggs that you mentioned there, Boris, they're not being laid for Italy either. But it's Great Britain, and it's a sovereign lead here for Great Britain. They're already a length out of the other crews.
Ja, soeverein aan de leiding. En dat is er niet onbekend natuurlijk als soeverein koninkrijk. Dat zijn ze natuurlijk lange tijd geweest. Het is wel interessant, dat switchen van Nederlands naar Engels.
Ja, het is een geidige gimmick.
Ja, ik ben zelf natuurlijk tweetalig VWO gedaan, dus het gaat me redelijk goed af.
Name droppen.
Name dropping, ja, maar jij toch ook, Tij? Ik bedoel...
gaat je niet in de koude kleren zitten, zo'n opleiding, hè? It's not gonna
lay you in the cold clothes, as they say. Nee, absolutely. And whilst my other commentary, Tom Stickford, he couldn't handle this terrible joke, but now he's gonna provide us some in-depth commentary about this race.
Ja, zeker, want ze zijn nu naar het middenstuk, bij het middenstuk aangekomen. En we moeten natuurlijk nog maar zien of na de opening van Groot-Brittannië, die eigenlijk vrij rap was al, of ze dit in het middelstuk ook nog vast gaan houden. Ze hebben echt een flinke leiding, helemaal overzicht over het veld. Dus dat is een fijne positie om vanuit te racen. En ze zullen nu eigenlijk alleen nog maar hoeven te controleren en de rest op pushes af te wachten en die af te slaan.
Ja, daar heb je helemaal gelijk in, Tom. En dat ziet er goed uit. Tij, kan je ons wat vertellen nog over deze ploeg?
So Great Britain crew with Edward Floyd, Alec Wilde, Jackson Amies, Angus Gray, Cheap. And it's not going to be a cheap victory, luckily here for them, because still leading with great lengths on France and Italy here, dominating actually the first heat of the men's fours. And that only sparks excitement for the finals later today. It's looking out a bit quiet further on the track. So I'm just going to look up for you what's in store after. It's the men's pair, Switzerland, Austria, Italy, and France there, but they have not started yet. We'll be reviewing them soon, because I believe the starts are relatively close together this morning until the big break this afternoon, and we'll be back for the finals. But it's Great Britain here on the water, dominating, Boris.
Yeah, absolutely, thanks. And I just took a cheeky look at the live stream on YouTube. We already got 400 viewers at the moment, so also special shout out to the people listening on YouTube. That's great to see. Yeah, as they're moving towards us faster and faster. It's of course the Great Britain crew. But they're followed by the Italian crew, and they're not about to give it away. That Italian temperament, of course, firing up that boat. But I think it's going to be too little, too late for the Italian crew to be able to make a difference here. Doesn't matter. It's still a voorwedstrijd, a pre-race?
The first heat.
The first heat, of course. So maybe we should take a look at the promotional codes.
Ja, en onder het luid gezang van het Urker mannenkoor klapt Groot-Brittannië hier werkelijk door de finishlijn. Gevolgd door Italië en daarachter Frankrijk. De Italianen hebben nog een behoorlijke eindsprint, een noemenswaardige eindsprint daaruit weten te persen om in de buurt te komen van hun Britse collega's. Maar dat was helaas niet genoeg voor die eerste plaats. Maar wel voor de finale, dus we gaan de eerste en tweede in elk geval door.
Ja, hier staat naar de A-finale, maar dat is de A-finale, hè?
Ja, er zijn vandaag ook finales, morgen ook weer trouwens.
Ja, maar zijn er ook B-finale? Ja, natuurlijk.
Ja, zelfs een C-finale, een stiekeme C-finale ergens in het struweel verstopt. Speciaal voor Studio Bosbaan achter de hand gehouden.
Ja, mooi. Voor de mensen thuis die op Time Team live meekijken, die kunnen natuurlijk de promotiecodes ook gewoon op Time Team zien. For the people listening online, if you want to see what these junior men are doing in terms of times, then you can take a look at Time Team. Time Team is our official timekeeping software where you can also view live what's going on.
And don't forget the cheeky little hyphen there between time and team.
Time-team.nl. and then you'll be able to find it. Live times, and what we're looking at is junior men's doubles, right?
Yeah, it's a pair, the junior men's pair. There's no cocks in this boat, and they only have one oar in their hand. It's the men's pair, with a very impressive first 500 from the boys from Switzerland. Going out in 1:39 through the first 500 meters. I'm hoping they can turn that into a very big ending also here in the 2,000 meters. Austria in second, Italy in third, and France in fourth. They're actually sticking to their lanes in the first 500 meters, which is also impressive. I don't know if Peter Florin is in the buurt, but he might want to have a little look at this.
yeah. Mr. Florence.
Mr. Florence, the inventor of rowing.
As he calls himself, of course.
Yes.
But,
self-proclaimed.
He's not so bescheiden as it turns out to be.
No. Oh, it's actually Austria. They're coming very close to the boys from Switzerland. They're still ahead with just one crew member in front. Italy there behind. Austria in the back. France has left the field a little. Italy is way out of them already. But Austria and Switzerland are battling it out there in the front of this race.
Meanwhile, we are lining up for the second heat of the men's pair with Great Britain in the first lane, the Netherlands in the second lane, and Spain in third.
Yeah, that's also going to be the Netherlands and Britain, winners of the last heats in the fours. So might have had the same little training schedule here. Of the crews we just saw.
Yeah, and I already see some Swiss flags here down here at the what's it, the tribune? What's it called?
The tribune.
Totally lost for words. The Swiss flags are in the air, and I think they can keep them waving because their Swiss crew is in the lead at the moment, barreling down the straight here of the forest lane, of course. But it's gonna be a close race this first heat.
Yeah, definitely. All that Swiss excitement is not for nothing because still in first place Switzerland, but hold on to your horses because Austria is not out of this yet, and also Italy is holding on tightly to the first two crews in this race, and we know from the Italians they can make rare sprongen and come as a duveltje uit de doosje to do a lot of damage in the last 500 meters.
A cat in the narrow makes crazy jumps, as they say in Dutch. Hier moeten we even van bijkomen, jongens. Dit is wel weer heel erg. Ja, het is een ontzettend spannende race.
It looks like the Italians are doing what they're promising out to do every race, and that's coming back in the second part of it. Really not losing any touch with the Austrians there. Looks like they have got some fuel left in the tank, and I'm excited to see if that's enough to beat the Swiss.
Yes, the sun is breaking through here on the Bosbaan, or the forest lane, right? As we
forest lane.
We have to call it today. It's going to be a beautiful day, I think. It's very exciting for us to be doing some international commentary, international racing, and it's also just amazing to see what a turnout here. I mean, look at these big Swiss flags, the excitement to cheer on.
And also
their,
yesterday, a little post view. How do you call that? Look back to the night we had yesterday with the opening ceremony. We had a full-on crowd here. Very excited. We could hear them through the walls of the Iron Dome here atop the finish tower, our ivory tower, where we provide you with some commentary. But we could hear all the cheering was actually so loud that our music wasn't loud enough to overcome this. And as our trusty listeners know, then our music is always very loud. Here's the Italians knocking at the door again. They're really pushing for it.
Yeah, is this some kind of agreed upon strategy? Giving it all in the end, and let's see what it makes out of.
It's a big Italian move.
These guys, they're pumping up the pace. Look at this. Yeah, the Swiss, they're going to get it tough. I think the Swiss crowd needs to cheer a little bit more in order to cheer these guys on to a first place in this first heat. But this is going to be tight.
And look at that. Also, if you look at the stroke here, a big Italian backswing there. Urging his boat forward ever so slightly faster, but it's not going to be enough. They're too late. It's still Switzerland in first, followed by Austria, and then Italy.
Third place. Yeah, so the promotional codes are the first and second are going to the A finals, and then the other two fastest of this set, they will be promoted to the A final as well.
And I think we might have had a little trouble there in the French boat, because they were supposed to be there too, and they actually didn't have a bad start at all, but they didn't seem to have made it through the 1,000-meter mark, so we've lost them somewhere along the way.
Let's hope they didn't sink.
Yeah, or at least picked up by the motorboat crews here of the Dutch Rowing Association.
So I see the French rowing over there, if I'm correctly. Are those the French?
No, they're British fours, because we're looking for a pair still. Yeah, nowhere to be found, I'm afraid. Meanwhile, we have a Spanish crew in our view here, and I think it's Great Britain that's out in front by a lot again, followed by the French, and then the Dutchies in the back. But it's Great Britain again. We're going to see some great rowing here from Great Britain. Again, with about 5 lengths, I would say, out in front. Had a big start, a little bit faster than Switzerland opened. I know it's comparing apples and pears today, but to compare two heats to each other, but still there's about a second apart. Gonna be an exciting final there in this afternoon. But it's Great Britain out in front with a big lead here in the second heat of the men's pairs.
Ja, Groot-Brittannië doet het erg goed. Eigenlijk nu al zien we dat. Voor Groot-Brittannië is het ook een belangrijk toch wel selectiemoment. Zij hebben echt aparte selecties opgezet voor de Coupe de la Jeunesse. En je ziet dat eigenlijk best wel verschilt per federatie. Want sommige federaties, zoals bijvoorbeeld in Nederland, daar worden de selecties gewoon bepaald door clubs. Sommige clubs die boten mogen inschrijven. En in Groot-Brittannië zijn er echt mensen aangewezen om die selecties te doen. Dus dan schrijf je in voor een bepaald nummer. Ja, dus een groot verschil daarin. En ja, uiteindelijk komt het erop neer dat voor alle landen dit het moment is om voor die jonge roeiers toch hun eerste halen op het internationale roeiwater te maken.
Ja, dat is ook wel een goede krachtmeting überhaupt voor alle landen hier. Het is toch een wedstrijd met aanzien, ondanks de grote afwezigheid van het land dat Boris niet zal durven noemen.
Ja, nee, die mogen we niet benoemen. Hè? Nee, het is eigenlijk zoals ik ook hoor, het officieuze EK junioren is het eigenlijk, maar dan zonder D-land. We gaan het er niet over hebben.
D-reizen.
D-reizen, ja, nee, wat is er met Frankrijk gebeurd? Dit not finished nog steeds.
Ja, Frankrijk is kwijt. En dat is toch opmerkelijk te noemen.
We've lost them. We've lost France.
Yeah, we still lost France. We were just discussing the screaming absence of the French in the last heat. But what is not absent here is the dominance of the British out in front. About 10 lengths in front of the Spanish in a tight second place. Actually not a bad time at all, but we see that the Dutch and the Spanish don't have any say in this heat. It's all about the British here out in front. Not the fastest time we've seen, but they also don't experience as much competition as the Swiss just did. But I think they still have some big things in store for the finals. So I hope we can see those crews battling it out in the front of the finals this afternoon. But it's Great Britain here leading, good long strokes, strong leading there by the strokesman out in front of the British. We're gonna grab him there. It's Leopold Heinlein in the bow seat and Timothy Gutsev here in front of the crew of Great Britain, and they're gonna finish first with a sovereign lead.
So I wanted to say that the Great Britain is like saving their powers for the finals later today, but it looks like they're really strong still. Taking that lead even further. And after them comes Spain and the Netherlands, with the Netherlands trying to give it one last push, but I think they're too far behind to get to Spain.
The second fastest other crew, so Spain is going to make it because of the second place. And the Dutch are going to miss the finals this afternoon. It was just not fast enough this morning We're switching through to the single sculls, and there it's Italy, Austria, Belgium, Czechia, Netherlands, and Great Britain again. And here it's Italy leading at the 500-meter mark, and we're having some backlight from the sun, so it's hard to distinguish the crews, but I can see some Italian rowing right there, I think.
Yeah, and of course you're talking about Giovanni Acatrinai from Italy. That's together. He's followed by Austrian crew Paul Schinnerl, Belgium Luis Magiels, Czech Republic Jan Lasota, Nederland Jonas Dorrestein, and Great Britain Herbie Austin Baker. And meanwhile, we're still fine-tuning a little bit here on the mixing panel, but that's nothing of your concern, of course.
Yeah, some careful sunshine there, pushing its way through the clouds. Here, experiencing some true Dutch weather. I'm glad there are so many British people around, because they're used to this too. We have very similar climate, and drooly days with a lot of rain. But here it's still Italy leading, but I can see the crew there in the back. That might actually be Great Britain that's making a good comeback. I'm going to grab these times here, and I'm hoping that they're going to be...
Yeah, you're not mistaken. You're not mistaken, Tij. That's indeed Great Britain in lane 6, who are appearing to take the lead. It's a little bit difficult for us to see at the moment because of the lighting, but maybe that's an invitation for me to head out and go to the honor float.
Sounds like a great idea, Boris. And then you can also taste a bit of the excitement and can still see those Swiss flags supported there on the victory pontoon, ready to...
Victory Pontoon.
Welcome all their crews. It's an amazing name, isn't it? The Victory Pontoon.
Victory Pontoon. Yeah, that's. I couldn't have thought of it myself. It's amazing.
I'm glad you haven't. So we're still looking out to the men's single sculls. Boris is going to come out, putting his jacket on, and then you know it's business. This man is ready to do some work, to do some commentary of the next level. The Tablet of Terror is not present. De Tablet of Terror voor de trouwe luisteraars, die gaan we eventjes opsporen. We hebben hier 36 laptops staan, maar de tablet is pleiten.
Plenty laptops, maar geen tablet. En dat ga ik toch even navragen bij de heer De Bruin.
Yeah, if you ever want to know whatever is going on, then Mr. De Bruin is also a good choice. Still, I would bet on Italy leading here, but I'm not sure if I can. If I'm judging these oars, it might be the Dutch crew actually. Here,
that's up to our judgment right now, because we don't have the times. If I'm correctly.
I think it's the Dutch new juni. Oh no, it's Austria.
That's Austria.
Yeah, it's Austria leading there. Paul Schinnerl leading. Oh, it's Great Britain just in front. Sorry about that. It's just overlooked another crew there all the way in the back. It's Great Britain there. Herbie Austin Baker leading this race again. Again, I say because of the British uni he's wearing. Austria in second. Italy has dropped off a little since the last time we spoke of them. But it's it's coming down through the 1,000-meter mark just now. Great Britain indeed leading with 5:19 through the 1,000-meter. Or the 1,500, I must say, even because we missed a bit of the 1,000-meter. And then it's Austria in second, Italy third. Fourth place goes to Czechia. Fifth, Netherlands. And then the sixth is Belgium there in the back. But Great Britain leading here in this men's single sculls.
Yeah, but Austria is undoubtedly going to try to put the fire through their chins of Great Britain. With the final push here, entering the last 250 meters.
We're going to put our reporter on the bike to give you some live commentary from the track. Boris himself, the CEO of Studio Bosbaan, Studio Forest Lane, is going to cycle all the way over to the start line for you guys to have some live commentary and feel the excitement on the water too. Great Britain pushing out a final sprint here even.
That's also Great Britain to notice, to see where Austria is right now, because the lanes are so far apart. But to be sure, Great Britain pushes for the last 10 meters.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about it. It's Great Britain leading. Austria has left or has stopped pushing in the last meters. He thought it's all good. It's all blessed for this afternoon. We'll talk to each other again then.
Exactly.
Third place goes to Italy, and Czechia there in fourth, followed by the Netherlands and Belgium. And we're going to look to the second heat of the men's single sculls. It's Hungary, France, Switzerland, Poland, and Denmark. And here they've already started. It's France leading, followed by Poland, and thereafter it's Hungary. So here also quite closely knit together still. On the video it looks like it's indeed the French still in the lead, but Poland is very close by them. So that must be something he'll have to hold off for a long time. And he's got to really turn on the screws to make sure that he's the one who goes to that A final and followed by Poland there.
Ja, dus voor de kijkers thuis ook nog even een korte uitleg over de Coupe de la Jeunesse. Er is namelijk ook een Coupe te winnen, toch Tijn?
Ja, zeker. Er is een enorme beker die ergens hier op het terrein aanwezig zou moeten zijn. Ik heb mij laten vertellen dat dat een Coupe is inderdaad. Dus die is ook echt uit te delen. De knikkers zijn niet alleen spreekwoordelijk vandaag.
Ja, zeker. Die beker zal door 3 man naar het erevlot gedragen moeten worden.
Ja, laten we maar oppassen voor Lando Norris, dat hij hem niet weer omstoot en zo die prachtige Coupe eigenlijk kapot maakt. We zijn live op de wandelzender. Ik ben benieuwd of het goed klinkt. Ik denk dat hij redelijk goed staat zo. We hebben natuurlijk Nicole Koch, die onze eigen andere commentator die live meeluistert op de stream. En die gaat ons zo meteen voorzien van wat tips en tricks aangaande hoe de wandelzender staat.
Ja, en van de verre echo te horen is Boris echt onderweg. Het is niet alleen voor de show, maar Boris is echt in een andere ruimte aangekomen met andere akoestiek. En zo maak je dat allemaal live mee hier bij Studio Bosbaan, want het is één groot hoorspel.
Ja, we zijn live en overal te horen natuurlijk. En dat is ook waar we voor ingehuurd zijn. En daarom zijn we hier. Om live het commentaar te doen. En je maakt alles live ook mee. Merel Kok, hartelijk goedemorgen. Fijn dat we er hier mogen zijn.
Ja, trouwe luisteraar Merel Kok trouwens aan de buis gekluisterd. Normaal gesproken, maar vandaag fysiek aanwezig. En dat is ook fijn om de fans ook een keer te ontmoeten hier op het veld. Meanwhile, on the water, it's Poland really pushing out to come back in touch with the French. It's very close. There's just about half a boat in front in favor of the French. A little reminder of who gets to promote to the A final and who goes to the B final. It's the first and second place that go to the A final, and the fastest third place goes to the A final too. All the rest go to the B or C finals, and it's here France and Poland who are actually really solidifying this lead. Hungary is holding on back there, but Denmark would have to work quite hard to get into that A final, that desirable spot in the important final of this afternoon.
As we head on to the last part of this race, we will see that the race will be between France and Poland. We'll see that it's about 1.5 seconds between those two single sculls. And we'll see if Poland has the power left to get into an eindsprint. To head into that last 250 meters.
Yeah, because that's also where we saw the Italian crew make all the difference a couple races ago. There's a lot to be won and lost here in the last 250 meters. We can hear the crowd now really feeling the tension of the last 250, where it's France leading, then Poland, Hungary, and then Denmark. But is Denmark going to have enough to beat the Hungarian crew to come back into that A final, or get out a fast enough time there to even make it into it? But it's first and second, France and Poland, they're definitely going to see each other again this afternoon. And then it's going to be Hungary, but he's going to have to push through a little because he needs that time. It's not just winning here or becoming in third. It's also the time beating the other race. And it seems like he's forgotten that memo in the last 20 meters of the race. So I hope that it's been enough in the part of the race before that.
Yeah, you can't really blame them, of course. I mean, when you're rowing, you're not thinking about those promotional codes all the time.
That's true, but it's always a good advice to the race isn't over till the fat lady sings. There's no finishing before the finish line, as you know, Boris.
Ja, daar heb je helemaal gelijk in, Tij. En zoals je misschien aan mijn iets wat versnelde ademhaling hoort, zit ik op de fiets.
Ja, dat is goed te horen, Boris. En ik ben blij dat jij wederom de longen uit je lijf aan het fietsen bent voor de gemoedsrust. En de of de luisterbeleving van al onze trouwe luisteraars die aan de radio gekluisterd zitten. We're back on the water with the men's double sculls. And there it's no surprise, but Great Britain is leading again here on the water. But Switzerland is not out of it. They're very close together. Both of the crew members of Great Britain are in front of the boat of the Swiss, but they're holding on. The boats are still overlapping. They're in third place. Spain quite far out yet. Norway fourth place, and the Netherlands in fifth. The Norwegians will have to really push to get into that fastest third. Same promotion code as the last heat we just saw in the men's single sculls here in the double sculls. So if Norway wants to go through to the A finals, they're really going to have to push through Spain at some point in this race. Great Britain leading still, followed by Switzerland.
Great Britain very stable with Harrison Harper on the stroke seat and followed by...
While you looked it up, I have just been doing some cross-country cycling here, because the cycling lane is of course closed off because the Jeunesse of the Louter Video Committee is present there.
I'm glad to see the Jeunesse in the wild, not with a broken tire lost somewhere in the Struel.
The Struel, yeah. I see some mobos here in the Struel waving gingerly to us, of course.
Yes, definitely, as they do. I'm gonna translate that for you.
Ja, terwijl jij even opzoekt wat het woord struweel nou eigenlijk in het Engels betekent.
The shrubbery, I think. I'm gonna translate it for
Dat vind ik eigenlijk ook wel een heel lekker woord. Toch een klein throwback naar John Cleese.
Ja, je moet oppassen dat de noodband niet zomaar ingestart wordt, want anders dan zitten al onze internationale luisteraars te luisteren naar een opname van de Heineken Okeanos competitiesprint van 15 jaar geleden. Struweel vertaalt zichzelf naar thicket. Dat vind ik niet zo leuk, dus we blijven denk ik bij de shrubbery, wat jij bedoelt.
Ja, dat vind ik ook een goed idee. Momenteel Groot-Brittannië nog steeds aan de leiding, zoals jullie eigenlijk eerder ook wel hadden gezien. En ja, ook echt wel 4 aan de leiding hoor, in deze mannen dubbel 2.
Ja, ferme klappen daar van dat Britse paardje. Ze gaan ook nog even goed aan voor de laatste 52. Die laten er geen gras over groeien, maar het ligt ook op één lijn. Het is niet geheel onterecht dat zij vrezen voor hun positie. En om die dominantie te laten zien hier in de ochtend is natuurlijk ook zeer belangrijk.
Zeker waar. En de Zwitsers die mogen we ook niet wegcijferen hoor. Die gaan er ook ontzettend goed achteraan. En het is natuurlijk eerste en tweede gaan door naar die A-finale. Dus die hebben ze allebei in de bag.
Yeah, here Great Britain still leading in the men's double sculls, followed by Switzerland, and both of these crews are really pushing for it. They want to assert dominance in the morning to take that with them to the A final later this afternoon. Spain is still attached to these crews too, trying to hold on till the last meters, pushing everything they've got. Strong strokes also from the Spanish here, with a killing pace also aboard this double-sculled crew. Norway is in 4th place, just grasping, losing touch of that A final. We're going to have to wait for the second heat to see if Spain made it, but it's definitely Great Britain and Switzerland going through to the A finals later this afternoon.
Yeah.
The Dutch really fell out of it, unfortunately, in this race.
That's unfortunate to hear. And the next heat has already started. Heat 2 juniors men's doubles, right?
Correct.
In lane 1 we have Ireland, lane 2 Italy, then Denmark, then Belgium and Austria in lane 5.
And it's Italy that's come first through that 500 meter mark. And after Italy, Austria, and then we had Ireland following in the third place. And it's about 1 second apart. So that's going to be tight if we look at the times.
And if we recall correctly from earlier this morning, the Italy's they're strong starting away, and then it seems they fall back a little bit in the middle, and then they smash out that end sprint, hoping to make a real impact there. So let's see what happens this time. Can they keep the lead in this heat?
Yeah, they're looking quite steady, which is actually Italian rowing is not always for the classics. Like a treat for the eyes, because it looks a bit uncontrolled at times, but it definitely goes fast, and that's what it always has done. The Irish, the luck of the Irish, very close together here to the Italians. The Italians just one crew member in front. The Irish are moving through them.
And you'll be glad to hear that I've got my eyes on them and cycling along this heat too. And I can clearly see that it's Italy who's building on that lead on Ireland. They are every stroke they are trying to push the boat a little bit more in front of their Irish conculega's. I don't know what that translation
competition
would be.
colleagues.
Competition colleagues, and the Italians they're pushing that boat away. They're doing quite well. The Irish, they got a very controlled pace, very nice rhythmic controlled rowing, and I think that they've got some energy left in the tank for that final sprint, because they're still maintaining contact between the two boats.
Yeah, and then a fast-moving Irish double sculls boat that brings back good memories, which is honestly a feast to see once again here on the forest lane. But it's the Italians leading.
The Italians lost contact of the Irish. They're now in free water. There's light in between the boats, but the Irish are not going to give up. They are fueled by their coaches here on the side, and of course it's first and second going into the A final, so they're still maintaining a nice position. But here all the way in lane 5, Austria is also still in competition for that second place. They're trying to gain contact back on the Irish, but meanwhile the Italians are still very much in front.
Yeah, maybe the Italians were pushed to start their final push that we saw in the last 500 meters a little bit earlier because of the pressure that Ireland put on them.
Yeah, and that would make for a very fast race. If the Italians can hold on to that final push that they're known for, then it's going to be a very, very strong race here in the men's doubles.
And meanwhile, it's starting to rain a little bit, so I must be careful that the Wandelzender is not going to electrify me. Meanwhile, I'm being overtaken by some wielrenners. And I'm going to seek a place underneath the tree and wait for the next heat to come by.
And I've got some exciting news here, because we finally found the French crew that has been missing in action. They're walking on the other side of the track. I'm glad they look in good shape, in good health. Nothing too bad has overcome them, but there was definitely some error there. Maybe it's some of the weeds. It's been very warm this year, which has caused a lot of water plants to grow, to flourish, which sounds amazing, but makes for bad rowing. Here, the Italians are definitely not bothered by any water plants. They're really flying over the water, over the track here. The Irish still pushing for it in second place. And as you said, Boris, the Austrians definitely not to be ruled out from this race, holding on to the Irish boat.
Yeah, absolutely, and glad to hear that my little prediction went well. So the Italians bagging that win here in the. Of course, it's a heat, so it's not a full-on win yet, but it's gonna promise for some interesting rowing later on in the finals.
Yeah, definitely strong rowing here from the Italian crew. Irish too. Good rhythm, as you already discussed, but the Italians really dominating here in the double sculls. Very strong strokes until the end. The Danish and Spanish crews just finishing. We're on to the second heat, or at least it says the third heat, but I don't think it is true because we haven't seen the second one, have we?
This was actually the second one.
That was the second one.
Exactly. So in the third heat, we see that Poland is opening up with a staggering time of 1:34. So that's the fastest time we've seen so far in the men's double.
In the first 500 meters, you must say, of course. And what we're looking at Portugal, France, Poland, and Hungary in the respective lanes 1 to 4. This is heat 3. The first, it's really pouring down now. I'm taking some refuge here underneath a big tree next to some other fans. And what am I seeing here? I'm seeing that it's very tight. It's very tight at the moment. It's still very close in front, except for lane 1. Portugal is behind, but the rest of the field is still very much together.
Yeah, it seems really like they're rowing in unison here. One line in favor, though, of the Dutch. The Hungarians, it seems.
I think you mean Hungary.
Yes,
sorry,
it's the Hungarians in front. They have very similar oars.
And as
colors.
you're saying that, they're picking up the pace. They're taking the lead, and they're being shouted on by their fanatic Hungarian coach. And I understand your confusion because the blades are very similar in terms of coloring, but not the colors itself. So Hungary.
I know your Hungarian is a bit rusty, but maybe you can give us some insight in that ambience there on the side of the track.
Yeah, it's great. There's lots of people cycling here, shouting on those boys, really pushing them over the line and trying to get them going as fast as possible. I hear my wandelzender cutting out a little bit, so maybe I need to see where I can stand best, or am I still loud and clear? Oh, there's another French oar coming by here. That one sunken French boat. I see a woman here carrying one of those French oars, and something must have gone terribly wrong there. Yeah,
that is ill fate striking the French there. What is not ill fate striking anyone in this? Hungary seems to have finished according to Time Team in 1:54, which would be not even a world record, but I think a universally unacceptably fast time.
The Milky Way record, right?
Milky Way
on
record.
The Bosbaan.
Yeah, sun spinning times here, but rowed by Hungary. But actually, in real life, they're also rowing very fast. The French are holding on, and the Austrians the Polish with a big time there in the first 500 have really dropped back to the third place and don't seem to be able to come back into this race because it's being decided by the French and the Hungarians out in front.
Ja, en ik zit nog steeds in de regen hier op die wandelzender. De buienradar heeft ons wederom in de steek gelaten. Zoals vele Nederlanders dat wel gewend zijn. Ik ben nu ik ben ter hoogte van die 1000 meterlijn. En hopelijk ben ik nog goed te verstaan.
Ja, dat gaat helemaal goed. Boris, de regen heeft nog geen roet in het eten gegooid. Je bent nog kraakhelder op de ether te horen.
Kijk, dat is fijn om te horen natuurlijk. Hier is het verder kalm. Ik zie wel dat er een aantal boten opgelijnd zijn daar bij de start. En klopt dat ook? Waar gaan we zo meteen eigenlijk naar kijken? Wat is de volgende heat?
Ja, dat gaan we eventjes opzoeken. Ik zit in ieder geval nog bij de Hongaarse en Franse ploeg op het water. En bij beide rustig ziet het eruit. Maar de Fransen hebben echt toch wel kleine beetjes aangezet. Die halen net wat verlengd. Net wat meer kracht in die beentrap gelegd. En dat legt ze geen windeieren. Want het zijn de Fransen die nu door Hongarije aan het bewegen zijn.
Ja, en zo meteen gaan we kijken naar de dubbel 4. Een vrij rap nummer. Een snel nummer, dus ik ben erg benieuwd. We hebben Groot-Brittannië, Great Britain in lane 1.
Just a quick switch to the finish here, because the French have pushed through Hungary in the men's double sculls. They've gradually picked up pace throughout the race. We just discussed them in Dutch, so apologies to our international listeners. But the French were moving through Hungary for a while now, but they did it in a very controlled way, which made them the fastest crew in the end, with a big lead actually in the end on Hungary, who came in second. Then thereafter Poland and Portugal, who did not quite make it. Maybe Poland has a fast enough time, but we'll have to see that later when all the times have become official. And then Tom, we're switching to the men's quads.
Exactly, because we just started the men's quads, and we see that Czechia is ahead of first out of the start. Second, it seems to be Italy from here. And third, we got the Great Britain also joining that front of the field.
Yeah.
Big start for the Czech.
Very big start, and of course the umpires, they came rushing out of the shrubbery, as we would call them, and I see the bright headlights of the Toyota Yaris barreling down this cycling path, and that must mean that they're on their way. And I will make my way back up to the regular road where people have to cycle, and honestly, I think you have a little bit of a better view there as well.
Well, that's great, and no obstructions for the Toyota Yaris. They're not sponsored, by the way, but very trusted vehicle of the LVC Video Committee. It's Great Britain now pushing through the Czech, checking their speed even. They're just one crew member in front of the boat from Czechia. And it's Italy who's dropped out of our view a little, but I'm sure they're still holding on somewhere.
They are in lane 6, if I'm not mistaken, and they are definitely holding on. I'd say perhaps they are even in the third or maybe even second place, and I'll be able to tell you all about it when they will be crossing that 1,000-meter mark here where I am.
Amazing, very exciting, and I'm very glad that you're out there in the rain for us, because to me it really feels like I'm standing next to you, feeling the excitement coming off that water. Great Britain still in the lead there, if I'm not mistaken, and then it might be Italy from the rowing I just saw.
Yeah, it's
very
some
good work.
Yeah, it's very exciting here. It's indeed Great Britain, followed by the by Czechia. Actually, they are maintaining contact with the British boat, and the Italians, they are currently in third place. I'm gonna pick up the pace now.
Yeah, and then we're gonna hear some heavy breathing from the commentary section here. It's
exactly no assisted cycling here, no Van Moves on this cycling path. All pure leg power, just like these guys here in the British boat. They are they're pushing strong, but they are followed by Czechia, and they are not afraid. These Czech boys. They are being shouted on by their coach. And that is definitely not laying them wind eggs.
Yeah, these boys are moving. Something is afoot there in the Czech boat, because they are not having any of the dominance asserted by Great Britain.
They're not having any of it. They are slowly but surely inching away into that lead. The British boat struggling to maintain that top position, and every stroke that they make, they are closer to that first place check.
Yeah, that's amazing rowing there, done by both of those crews, because they're out of the rest of the race. Yeah. Like there's 10
light years in between. You can see that the British boat maintains speed a bit better. There's less bumping up and down of the boat compared to the Czech boys, who are really putting down that power. And we'll see in the end if they're going to make it. I'm going to turn around, giving the race back to you.
Thank you. Yeah, this is some good images here. It's really back and forth between the crews. Now still in favor of the British, but they're really being pushed to the edge by the Czech. There's no way that they're going to have it easy. There's neither of these crews are willing to come in second, and that's great to see, because the promotion code in this heat is first, second, and third go to the A finals, but that doesn't matter at all to these boys. They want to come in first. They want to let everyone know that they're the ones to be dealt with. They're the ones to be looked up to. Still Great Britain leading, and within a second after Czechia. Thereafter, it's Italy, who've dropped quite a bit now in third place, but still able to hold off any attacks made by the Netherlands, who are off in fourth. in this race, but it's Czechia now maybe moving through the British, but it's difficult to see for me here. It's just very exciting here. People walking to the victory pontoon to get a better view. The fences put up by the organization have no say in where people are seeing their crews and urging them on for victory, and it's Czechia and the British at one line here until the end, and it's too close to call still. We might want to dust off the old camera that's standing here for the photo finish, because this really is becoming a very, very close call, but it's in favor of the Czech now. And Boris, you called it already a while back, but these boys do not quit. They will not give in to any dominance, and the British clapping and thumbs up for their Czech colleagues. Great sportsmanship here on the water, but it's Czechia in first in this heat of the men's quads. On to the second heat, Boris, where Norway, France, Poland, Spain, and Switzerland are pushing towards you.
That's going to be interesting and promising heat as well, undoubtedly. Of course, nice to hear that there's so many fans there today at the victory pontoon, cheering these guys on. And I must say, here along the forest lane, it's getting busier and busier as well. People have been able to find the bikes and to find the cycling lane and to cheer these guys on. And it's getting more and more busy, as you said, Tom, because these are fast numbers, and that gathers a crowd.
Yeah, these are fast numbers, and I think that the gathering of the crowd will give them a lot of confidence, certainly when looking at the finals. And the way the Czechs just raced, I think that will be giving them a lot of confidence as well, because they just kept pushing the Great Britain, holding them under pressure, and eventually took it out for a win.
Absolutely, and who are also pushing for that first place is France. Maybe fueled on, exactly. Maybe they heard about the loss of their other colleagues, but I see some eager fans here with a French flag as well. Hopefully they'll be able to wave that when they're coming down here. But it still looks to be France in lane 2 who are in the lead, but it's still very close together. This is going to be an exciting race, boys.
Yeah, just almost hit a duck there. I saw on the video. I hope that little animal's okay. But the French really pushing for it. The Norwegians there also holding on. I think they're in fourth place now, if I'm judging that correctly. Switzerland also somewhere on the water, is holding on. Way back there in the lane 6. The French are...
they are very much holding on. Lane 6 here, Switzerland are actually coming in a rapid pace towards me. Also one of the women's boats here cheering on the men's. And here they come. It's still very much connected. 1, 2 and 3, it's very much connected still. It's the French who are maintaining the lead. But will they have enough in them to maintain it all the way to the end? It's also Poland knocking on the door here together with Switzerland. They are eager for that first position.
Yeah, no difference at all there between the crews on the water. Don't trust the times coming through at the moment.
Absolutely not. You must trust myself, Boris Lamp on the bicycle here, and it's still France in the lead. Swiss is maintaining contact for a strong second place. It's mere inches before they're in the first position, and it's all going to come down to how these guys will maintain their strength in this last 750 meters. We're at a rapid pace going towards the last 500 meters. We're almost at the White Bridge again, and it's still France in the leading position, followed by Switzerland. Poland still maintaining that fight for a second and maybe even first position. Every stroke that they're making, these Polish guys, they are taking back the second place from Switzerland, and this is a great fight here.
Yeah, I'm expecting some big moves here from the Polish boys. They've been rowing very strong strokes since the start of this race, and they look confident. They look eager on the water. I'm gonna wave them off here. I'm gonna give them back to you, but it's still France in the lead. Switzerland is, I think, putting up the pace a little bit and trying to take over that first position. Yeah, the French still out in front with also some strength there aboard this boat. Mathieu there at the strokes side pushing his crew forward. They are struggling a bit at the front of the stroke. They've got some delay there down in the water. Might be because of all the pressure they're engaging, but in the men's quads, they might want to move through that a bit faster like the Polish boys are doing now. And you can see also the Polish crew really moving on the water. We're going to have to wait and see if that's enough. But for now, they're really inching forward, and it's creaking a little aboard the French boat. They might capitalize on that.
Yeah, so what's happening? Tell us more.
Yeah, so still the French, I'm also typing in your computer password, so I was...
Do you still remember what it is?
I definitely do, but I was really working hard not to say it out loud whilst talking. That was
very good. Yeah, it's that double MTLS security layer on that corporate studio laptop. And that's, of course, important to maintain all of those results and earlier recordings secured.
Yeah, the French have erased all matter of doubt if they're the fastest crew, because they definitely are. That little delay we just saw, that bit of doubt at the front of the stroke, that's all gone. It's all power now to urge their boat on as first. And Poland just shy of that second place that came in the hands of the Swiss. That came back into the second position that they had on for the most of the race. But France in first. The Swiss are going to meet them again this afternoon in the A-finals.
Het is ontzettend bijzonder om te zien hoe deze jongens eigenlijk de gehele race die positie hebben weten vast te houden. En terwijl ik er langs fietste, zag ik inderdaad ook Frankrijk wel echt mooie consistente halen. En daarachter zat inderdaad Zwitserland. En die probeerde toch telkens die boot in te halen, maar het ging net niet. En daarna eigenlijk met Polen hetzelfde verhaal. En toch interessant om te zien dat ze ook in diezelfde volgorde eigenlijk weer gefinished zijn. Nou ja, echt gefinished is het ook niet helemaal, want het is natuurlijk nog een heat en er komt nog een finale aan. Ondertussen wordt er een mooie foto van mij gemaakt. Stuur hem gerust via Instagram op @studio Bosbaan. Daar zijn wij altijd te vinden. Mocht je nou denken, waar kan ik dit allemaal live meeluisteren? Dan kan je natuurlijk gewoon naar YouTube gaan en Coupe de la Jeunesse opzoeken. Of waar kan je ons nog meer vinden, Tom?
Studiobosbaan.be, Tom.
Ja!
Daar is natuurlijk Studio Bosbaan altijd te vinden. Wij zijn immer online. Er wordt eigenlijk altijd wel iets gelivestreamd op studiobosbaan.be. Dus tune ook in als we niet een wedstrijd aan het verslaan zijn. Want misschien krijg je wel een ongekend mooi inkijkje in het fietsleven van Boris terwijl hij onderweg is naar werk. Of misschien zie je wel Tom een mooie cappuccino inschenken voor iemand.
Ja,
je weet het niet.
We hebben ook nog... hoe heet het? ik was even een WhatsAppje aan het lezen en ik zie dat we meer dan 550 luisteraars op YouTube hebben. Dat is mooi. En ik word ook uitgelachen door Rijk de Vries, omdat ik zei, you must trust me, it's me on the bicycle here. Maar goed, we doen ons best. We zijn hier live en om hier jullie van het allerbeste commentaar te voorzien vandaag.
Yeah, and I just saw we're seeing some eights rowing onto the starting line of this race to prepare. To warm up and prepare for their heat. We just saw the British 8 and that's really looking solid. Doing some squared blade rowing there. Really nice control to see there on the water. But we're going to review some actual races again, Boris, because I'm seeing women in boats and that's the women's single sculls that are hurrying towards you. I think it might be France rowing in the first place there. Is that true?
Well, even for my eagle eyes, this is a little bit too far to see at the moment.
Luckily, we have the live video committee that is now exactly answering to my needs, because it is indeed the French crew, the French rower there, Eléa Coutier, rowing out in front in just over the Dutch there in lane 1, which is in second place. Dutch Alva-Louise Lundmark, tweede plek. De Fransen liggen nog net voor op haar, maar voor onze Nederlandse luisteraars, zij is zeker niet uit de race. The Irish in second place, Moya Knowles. She is looking solid too. She got some big pulls there in the back. I wonder if she can hold on that pace she's giving out now, because there's a lot of back and arms put into that. But as we've discussed before, there's no way of telling which exactly is the best stroke. But the French crew here rowing very solid strokes out in front, Boris.
It's looking like a very strong push from Ireland, from Moya here, entering that middle section. And I'm wondering if you're gonna push that through and make it harder for France, for Elea Coutier there in that middle section.
Yeah, and you can clearly see that this is going a little bit slower than those men's fours that we were looking at just now. So maybe my breath wouldn't have to be so up tempo this time. We'll see. Just had a nice little engagement with some fans here along the cycling path. Also mentioning that indeed you're able to find us on YouTube. And France indeed appears to be still in the lead with a time of -6 minutes.
An amazing time.
It's an amazing
Another
time.
world record.
Another world record. She's rowing negative speed, and that's going great.
Yeah, the infinity of her class is so evident that the time team crew clocking their times through has made a little hiccup. But there's no problem in that. They're correcting it live in front of our eyes.
Of course. And where people are at work, of course, sometimes mistakes can be made, but they are quickly recovered to make sure that we get the most accurate timings for you here in the show. And on this beautiful day, the Coupe de la Jeunesse, sun is breaking through, and I'm gonna pick up the pace to follow this skiff race.
No mistakes made here by the director of the video registration, because those are some nice images. We've got the French crew out in front, about 13 kilometers an hour. That's actually quite fast here in the women's single scull, crossing through the 1,000-meter mark, followed by Ireland, who's still holding on tight.
Absolutely.
And she seemed to have found a rhythm in her, what I called pulling on the oars there in the back of the stroke. Yeah, but she's found a rhythm in that, so she might hold on to it, Boris.
Indeed. Throwing her back quite fiercely in that boat, trying to maintain contact with that French girl. And that's actually going quite well. As the sun's breaking through here, shining down on the boat, Ireland's coach screaming at her to maintain that pace and to maintain that contact with the French boat. And I'd say she has a little bit more of a more steady pace, a little bit higher tempo. And actually, every stroke that they're making, that she's making right now, she's inching closer on that French girl.
Yeah, ever so slowly, she's closing that gap to the French girl, and indeed, really the fastest boat on the water as of yet. Approaching 14 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's quite a quick crew there. Maya Knowles really putting it in, but the French are not lost yet. We still have quite a bit of rowing in front of us. I'm going to switch to another song.
Yeah, please. I'd say to turn this off or turn it down a little bit. And it's the Irish who are actually getting closer and closer. It's the Irish girl who's. What is it? It's maybe a couple of feet behind the French boat. It's not that much, and I'd say if they still have she has a strong end sprint, that's going to be a very, very promising race. The promotional code is of course first, second, and third towards the A final. So I can also imagine that perhaps she wants to conserve a little bit of that energy for later this afternoon.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that Maya from Ireland is not paying any attention to Elea from France, just focusing on her stroke, and she seemed to get it inch by inch. Am I right, Boris?
Absolutely. I just turned around, but there's also a strong wind picking up, and that maybe offsets the French boat a little bit. Not sure how that's gonna pan out.
Yeah, you can really see the weather now causing some disturbances here on the water. Looking out for some difficult, some challenging rowing for the last 250, which the crews are now approaching. French in the lead still, followed by Ireland and Spain. But it's a close race, especially between France and Ireland. Oh, I just called Belgium Spain. Sorry about that.
I just
some
called.
Confusing.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not Njord and Egier, then it's of course France and Belgium or whatever.
Azepos en Laga.
Azepos en Laga, indeed.
There's no way. Maybe we should look at the address of the rowing corporation.
Yeah, maybe nice names
such
as Grient 3360.
Exactly. I'll come back to that in a second for you. But it's still French in the lead here on the water, and Maya Knowles really pushing it on. I'm impressed to see that she can hold on to this rhythm for so long. Really, this Irish lady has got some really rigorous training schedule she's been following, because her physical fitness is uncomparable. But the French with some more controlled, easy-looking strokes, a good rhythm. But Iron, they're really pushing in that end sprint, as we call it just now. But I'm having my money here on the French. Dominant rowing, really controlled, long strokes, very strong blade work from the French crew. And that's pushing her out in front here in the first heat.
And if we're talking about strong rowing, we're looking at the next heat of the junior women's skiff, and it's Switzerland at the lead in lane 5. Let's see, it's lane 1 Austria, lane 2 Italy, lane 3 Poland, lane 4 Great Britain, and lane 5 Switzerland. And there's a fierce battle going on between Austria and Switzerland in this case. It seems, I have to break a little bit, it seems that Austria is taking over the lead from Switzerland. Lots of shouting here on the side going towards those boats, and it's very exciting here to see, because they are literally on the same line. They're
Bruningstrasse 182 in the front of this heat, Boris.
I'm glad that you looked it up. That must be either Austria or Switzerland. Yes, absolutely. But they don't really care, I think, on which street their National Rowing Association is located, because they are literally both on the same line at the moment. This is and controlled, very controlled. It's very controlled rowing. Bit of a lower pace by the Swiss boat, bit of a higher pace by the Austrian boat, but in terms of speed, it's almost identical.
Yeah, great. Yeah, Blattgasse 6 in Vienna, Austria. There on second place, if I'm not mistaken, Boris.
Second place. I'm not sure if you can call it a second place, because they are switching over first and second place almost every stroke that either or boat is making.
De enige constant is de verwarring.
Inderdaad. En het is ontzettend knap om te zien eigenlijk hoe die dames hier zo steady aan het roeien zijn. En dit eigenlijk gewoon de gehele race blijven ze naast elkaar. Het is zo goed als gelijk. We mogen echt die oude fotofinish camera gaan afstoffen zometeen. Want dit gaat nog heel spannend worden, denk ik. Ik denk wel dat het wat rustigere tempo van de Zwitserse uiteindelijk ervoor gaat zorgen dat zij zo meteen als eerste over die streep gaat komen. Maar dat laat ik aan jullie over, want ik ga weer terugfietsen.
Nou, prachtig. Tot zo, Boris. Wij luisteren hier nog even lekker naar de Marquis. En we kijken naar het roeien, de glinstering op het water met het druilerige weer, maar het zonnetje dat zich een klein beetje doorbreekt. En de windvlagen die werkelijk alle kanten op gaan hier in de Bosbaan, met name de oproeibaan, zorgen voor een hoop stapij. Het is nog steeds de Zwitserse ploeg in de eerste plek. The Swiss are still leading this race in the women's single sculls, followed by Austria. Thereafter, it looks to be Great Britain in the third place. But it's Switzerland and Austria. But Great Britain is really moving back in this race, isn't she?
Yeah, she is actually. The hard thing is with this tailwind. You can question whether those women are able to control their boats, pick up the speed how they would in a quiet water.
That's actually a good question, because what is the effect of a tailwind on a boat? Can you guys elaborate a little bit? For me, a guy who knows next to nothing about rowing.
Yeah, so what the tailwind in your boat is going to cause is that you're going to feel a lot less of the pressure of the water. You're going to be moved forward by the wind, which is obviously a good thing for the speed of the boat, but for the feeling for the crew, it's a bit difficult to control, and especially if here the waves are moving with you too. It's a bit difficult to catch the strength of the water to push against it. Great Britain really making a comeback. She's left Austria behind her, now in second place. Still Switzerland in the lead with just shy of half a boat. But Great Britain really moved through this field in the last part of the race. And Austria will have to take a look back at this race to rearrange for the A final to see if she can then get back into that front position together with her Swiss colleague.
Absolutely, and as you may be able to hear, I'm almost being being deafened by the screams from the coaches here, and they are serious. They're serious business today here at the Forest Lane, and it's currently Great Britain still in the lead, but in lane number 5, it's actually Denmark. Denmark in that second position, and still maintaining contact with the tail of that British boat. I think it's going to be a race that's going to finish in this position. It's going to be Britain, Denmark, and then let's see, Austria in third, but we'll see.
Good to hear that there's some movement coming from Denmark. I've been waiting for it a bit. We've seen some Danish crews before, but it's been waiting on the call from the Scandinavian crews today. But we've been expecting some good rowing coming from there. So to see if the Danish can hold on to that solid second position or even take over the first is exciting to hear.
Ja, het is heel constant eigenlijk. Deze Deense meiden die weten die boten mooi constant weg te zetten. Hij duikt ook niet echt omlaag. Hij snijdt mooi door toch wel een beetje dat golverige bosbaanwater hier vandaag. Ja, hetzelfde eigenlijk met die Britse meiden. Wel wat meer backsplash, hè? Ook vanwege die golven en dan toch een beetje het missen van die druk wellicht. Dat er toch wat meer gespetterd wordt. Maar ja, toch ook die dames uit Oostenrijk, die laten het kaas niet van hun brood eten. Die vinden nog steeds heel goed aansluiting met die Deense boot. En dat gaat denk ik zo meteen in de slotfase nog heel interessant worden. Ik ga proberen hier om te keren zonder mezelf te vermoorden. Want er komen denk ik wel 40 mensen op me af.
Yeah, please be careful, Boris. Don't let yourself be hit by enthusiastic fans. It's a dangerous job you're executing there for us. It's still Great Britain in the lead, the Danish in second, and Austria there knocking on the door of the Danish, trying to kick it in, trying to see if they can break them halfway through this race. But as you said, they're not letting them eat the cheese off of their bread. Another amazing Dutch expression, effortlessly translated by you, Boris Lamp. And that all the while cycling marathons of distances here next to the Forest Lane in Amsterdam. We got British double sculls here in front in the women's heat 2. The Danish still holding on with the Austrians, as we said, are just very, very close together. The British have a good rhythm, very solid moving through that boat. Blade work also steering over these little bumps in the water, also known as waves. Don't you think, Boris?
Yeah, absolutely. What an effortless translation from you, Tij. Literally amazing how you pull this off.
Yes, it's a good pat on the back to ourselves here, keeping it lighthearted. But what's not keeping it lighthearted are the British, because they do not want to let anyone doubt their lead here. They have now pushed their boat out in front with about 2 boats' length in front of the Danish. And they got to watch out. This Danish crew might just drop the ball here and give away their second position to Austria. But I hope that they can hear that and push on a little to the end of this race. The British there, some light celebration aboard. Obviously an impressive result here on the Coupe de la Jeunesse. The Danish just managed to hold on to their second position. Third place goes to Austria. They also get that golden ticket for the A finals. And after them, Belgium and the Netherlands are going to lose it. I guess Portugal too. They will not be represented in the A finals this afternoon. Boris, you were going to turn around.
Yes, I already did.
Trying to avoid imminent death.
Yes, I was actually complimented by one of the Swiss coaches here. You have a very tough job. You must evade all these cyclists. You must cycle, you must talk, you must know what's going on, and it's indeed true. It's not easy at times, but it's a lot of fun, and that's what's most important. Also, the Swiss in a comfortable lead here. Also, their coach leaning forward a little bit over their steering wheel of the bike, and thinking, all right, we got this in the bag. It's Switzerland. We're here in the forest lane taking the first place, but it's actually between lane number 3 and 5. There's a fierce battle going on for second place. And if I'm not mistaken, are those 2 French groups? No.
No, I don't see a second French group.
Italians,
yes.
Yes. Sorry, maybe I'm colorblind. Who knows? But it's France and Italy in a battle here. And if they took the same lessons as the boys rowing this morning, the Italian girls, then it's going to be a promising final sprint. But currently it's Switzerland, France, and then Italy.
Yeah, Switzerland looking very comfortable in the lead. I think Italy and France are fighting for the second place, but they're not far behind of Switzerland. So yeah, I'm figuring who is able to manage that middle part of the race, stay on top of the water, stay above the water with their blades. We'll see with this wind. You have to make larger movements. And I'm guessing I'm seeing that the French are actually moving on Switzerland. Is that correct, Boris?
Yes, they are trying to make a move. They're about halfway, I'd say. The tip of their boat is about touching the stroke of the Swiss crew. But the Swiss crew, again, saying what I said before, very comfortable, very nice rhythm from the Swiss here. The French are putting up the pace, picking up the pieces here, and trying to go over that Swiss boat. I think it's going to be. I think it's going to be exciting. I think it's going to be very exciting between Swiss and France, if France is able to push out that last bit of power during their final sprint.
Yeah, and this is a tough moment, a tough but possibly very rewarding moment to make a move. The third 500 meters, just way past the midpoint. The race, mentally one of the most challenging efforts made during this rowing race. But to make a move here is also to really try and break your opponent, to show off your strength and to let them know we're not tired. We're going to move through you. There's no way you're going to go home with the win in this one because it's ours. And if you can do that in the moment that everyone is feeling most tired of the whole race, then that's really can work in your favor. But it's also it takes a lot of effort to actually make your boat move faster in that part of the race.
And I'm wondering, Tom, are you able to see who is in the lead right now?
Yes, I am able to see that. It's Swiss in the lead, but it's France that is coming closer and closer. We see that from Swiss, the bow Ella Mistelli is currently giving calls just to squeeze that last bit out to she of course she looks over her left shoulder and sees France coming.
Yeah, the French are moving. They're really the fastest boat on the water, but also there in the back, don't forget the Czech. They are also really fast now on the water. It's the French that might have the lead in this in a bit. The Swiss are really struggling with the water, as are the Italians. The Italians are really fumbling their blades around. Switzerland's just in front of the French, and then thereafter it's Czechia in third place. Well-deserved place in the A final there by the Czech. Great final sprint they pushed out there. But it's the Swiss that just held on to their lead. The French really didn't give it their all in the last couple of meters, because I think with them moving that fast in the third 500 meters, they could have done a lot more with it. But I think they're saving up a little for this afternoon, which is in their good right.
Absolutely, and if I'm not mistaken, this is going to be the last heat that we're looking at in this block. Junior women's double 4 heat 1. Can you guys look up if this is the last one or not? Because then I will be cycling.
There's a 4, and we still have the 8 to go, because we saw them rowing, warming up for their race. So we still have to see them race.
Right. If you can take a sneak peek in the master dashboard, then I know if I have to cycle this one out or not.
I'll let you know.
Cool. All right, it's a Swiss in the lead here in the women's double four, and maybe they got a little message relayed from the previous match, because again these girls from Switzerland, they are in a very comfortable position. They are strong in the lead, and for second place, it's actually a fight between Czech and Ireland.
Yeah, the Irish back in it again here in the women's quads. We've got some fast-moving boats again, Boris. I think
Yes.
you can feel your legs burning as you're riding with them.
You're totally right. Although I am able to maintain a comfortable pace here as well on the official Studio Forest Lane bicycle, and it's going quite well. It's there's a fight going on for second place. I'd say Switzerland is holding off those other crews very well. They are in a comfortable first position, and I don't think they're going to give it away. Czechia is in a second place, and they are now picking up the pace. I can see that clearly. They are putting down more power, and they are going to take that second position.
Yeah, we just saw some amazing work from the men's quads from Czechia this morning, especially in the final part of that race. But here the Swiss are definitely controlling whatever's happening on the water. Yes, I can skip this song, obviously. I thought it was very good. I really felt it.
Oh,
how do you like that? Our little break tune.
A little break
Switching
tune.
it in.
Exactly. Well, there's no break, so it seems, because I see that the next heat is about to start, or actually has started already.
Yeah, it might have well, Boris. I'm not entirely... I think they're still lining up, to be honest. There's a lot of boats lying
I think you are lying. You're not lying up, but you are lying, because I see that there are 4 crews barreling down the lanes here.
Oh, it's a 4 that are lining up. Different camera. And anyway, we're still in the first heat of the women's quads, which are now already in the final 250 meters of this race. It's still the Swiss in front. The Czech have dropped off a bit, and it seems like the French are actually in second place here. They've come all the way from the 4th place, have moved through the Irish and the Czech to get here. And they're moving well. They're a really controlled pace, very strong movements through the boat. But it's still the Swiss really leading here in this race.
Ja,
with
toch
a
wel,
comfortable position in first.
Dan had ik het toch wel goed voorspeld, denk ik. Ik denk dat het toch de Tsjechen zijn die hier nog wel die tweede plek gaan pakken, denk ik.
Yeah, it's Czechia now still in second place. The French are just moving through them, but it might seem that the forest lane is too short once again for a crew to come in to that second place. But the promotion code of this race is also the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, so they're still safe. With a little celebration there also from the French. Good last half of the race they put down here. But the Swiss, really good movements all throughout this race. And are probably gonna show off some of their strength again this afternoon. And Boris, that race that you so brilliantly predicted had started already, and I obviously mistook them for 4s without a Cox, are now the quads. What's going on there?
Yeah, it's without a doubt, it's Great Britain in the lead, but it's Italy in the farthest lane from me, so lane 1, that is maintaining a comfortable second position. But it's Poland who are also fighting for that second place. So it's actually very closely tied together. Still, there's no light between the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd position, and it's still the British boat, the British ladies here, who are maintaining that 1st place. But it can be Poland or Italy who will take that away from them.
Yeah, and we can see them now too, Boris. Great Britain, really strong strokes here again. But Italy has definitely got some solid rowing in that crew. And there's something going wrong with the Norwegians. We've lost a crew member.
Oh, indeed. Yeah, there's a snook. What's that in?
She caught a crab.
I don't know. She caught a crab indeed. And one of the motorboats hurrying over there to see if she is all right. She isn't She's still laying down, so I hope there's nothing bad going on there. Meanwhile, the race is still going on as well, and it looks to be Italy who's still in second place, but Poland will be able to take it away from them if they will be pushing a little bit harder.
Yeah, they really have to bring some strength there. We've got some other medical crews hurrying out to the water to attend to the Norwegian crew. Meanwhile, the Italians are unfazed by all of the events and are really moving in a strong pace, also towards the British there. Boris, are you still next to the crews, or have you turned around again?
I have turned around. Yeah.
All right, then we'll take it from here in the studio. The Ivory Tower got a full view of the crews right now. Still Great Britain in the lead. Italy very close to it.
About the Norwegian crew, she's still laying down in the boat. Of course, being attended to by the umpires here and by the boats. Hopefully everything is all right. She's coming back up a little bit. She's looks to be knocked out actually. That's hopefully she'll be back in good health soon. But she's still laying down. So
all right. Well, let's hope she's all right and leave her to it. But we have the British and as you predicted, the Polish are really moving in this women's quads. They're close to the Italians and also close to the British, but I think the Italians might have a little trick up their sleeve for the last couple 100 meters. They've got some disturbances in the water from the crews that were hurrying away from here, but they manage it well. They are not at all troubled by it because their boat is really moving fast now, faster even than the British crew. And it might be the Italians that take the win here in this second heat of the women's quads. Yes, actually, they've pushed through the British now, and it's the Italians in the lead. Strong finish by the Italians, as we were, of course, promised by. Well, actually, their whole national style of rowing, very strong end by the Italians. Great performance here on the water. The British honorary mention just lost it in the final part of this race, and the Polish also got their seat in the A final. You're loud and clear.
So wait, the Norwegian crew are still in the middle of the track, whilst this heat 2 is barreling down. This is heat 1. Junior women's are moving towards that Norwegian crew. The motorboats are now pushing that boat to the side. But this is going to be an interesting encounter because they maybe have a couple of 100 meters left, and it's Poland in the lead here.
Poland in the lead there in the women's fours, then.
Yes, exactly.
Good.
Women's 4, Poland in the lead. Second position, Italy and Netherlands in a strong fight for second place, and they are very evenly matched. You can see the Dutch and the Italian crews. They are, I'd say, on the same line with each other.
Great. Well, the Polish are definitely pushing their boat out of the rest of the crews. First, the Dutch were holding on to them, but. I don't think they have a say in whatever happens with the Polish at this moment.
Well, yeah, I'd say the Italians and the Dutch, they are moving towards that Polish boat in a likewise manner. At the moment, luckily the Norwegian boat has been escorted back to the side. Still not going very well, I can see, but that doesn't matter. It's Poland still in the lead. Comfortable position, I'd say, what do you call it, tapje in English? I don't know. The back of the boat, there's about one back length, I'd say, in between. But the Dutch and the Italians still in a fierce battle for second place, and they are still literally on the same position, I'd say.
I think comfortable is the right word. I think Poland is in a very comfortable lead, looking strong. Look like they are in control. As we see with the Dutch, they're.
The Dutch, sorry Tom for cutting you off, but the Dutch are making some movements on the Italians, and now they are securing that second place. Back to you guys, I'm turning around.
Yeah, we're just watching this Polish crew really dominating these women's fours. The Italians and the Dutch are still aligned well. It's in favor of the Dutch though, because they have pushed just a couple centimeters in front of the Italians at this moment, trying to leave them behind, trying to show a bit of or assert a little bit of dominance before this finals. But I don't think anyone's going to touch the Polish in this one.
It seems to, it seems like the Italians have pushed back the Netherlands. The Netherlands who pushed to take over that second place, but the Italians managed to keep that. It is Poland leading, and secondly Italy, and then the Netherlands for third place.
Yeah, the Italians are in third, the Dutch are in second. The Polish now moving. You can see a little bit of asynchrony there in the Polish boat, but that's not of any matter to the speed of the boat. But they're not as tightly knit together as they were at the start of this race. You can see them getting a little bit tired, I guess. Some sloppy blade work going on every now and again. But the same can be said of the other crews in the water, especially from the Dutch. They're really dropping the ball here. The Italians are moving again, and here with that Italian end of the race, a very strong sprint towards the final meters, and they've pushed all the way through the Dutch and are even touching the Polish boat almost a little. So very good final movements again from the Italian crew. The Dutch are fast enough for the A finals, but really have to work on their solidity of their rowing towards the end of the race if they want to make any lasting impression in the A finals.
It's actually remarkable if you look at the sprint quality of Italia that we've seen thus far. They're happy, they're celebrating. They will be going to the A finals.
Yeah, and who's wondering how long this morning stint is going to take? I have good news. It's taking till around 10:40. Actually, comments or compliments to the people starting away at the races, because we are exactly on time as it seems. It's going very well. Next race has started already again, and this is the junior women's 4 with France, Britain, Hungary, and Austria.
Okay, so how are they doing? Currently, your laptop is off border, so I need Ty to enter your password.
The secret password. Yeah,
code.
Yeah, it's with caps lock and numbers and slashes and two-factor authentication and whatnot. So totally secure.
Yeah, I actually have to have your iris scan here, but luckily I have that on my phone. I already have your fingerprint taken off of you a couple weeks ago.
Exactly.
So your access to your computer was granted. And we're back with the times again. We're watching the second heat of the women's 4s that have not, or I'm not going to dare say have not departed again, because I can see them on the screen exactly as I said it. There in front, it seems to be that the Austrians are rowing very well, Boris.
Yeah, that could very well be. It's still a little bit too far away for me to say. In which lane are the Austrians?
It's definitely the Austrians in lane 4.
Lane 4,
followed by the British.
Yes,
in lane 2.
I can totally comment on that, and I'd say indeed it's the Austrians taking a lead here. It's definitely not the boat in the farthest lane for me. It's lane 2 or 1. They are lane 1, I think. They are closing the gates here, so it seems.
Closing the gate there, Boris. Yes, and someone has to do it. It's an honorary task that should be taken up by whomever prefers to do that. The British looking solid again here in the women's 4s. Same sort of style of rowing all throughout the cruise. Might have had some good hours on the water together. Moving through in 1:41. We've seen some faster times, especially from Switzerland, Czechia, just in the previous heat. Oh, sorry, it's the double sculls. Was that still?
Yeah, of course. There's a bit more speed involved in those boats, and here I can see 4 oars per boat coming towards me. So that means it's called singles then, or is it just you know all these names a little bit better than I do, Ty, or Tom maybe, I don't know. But yeah, it's let's say it's still Austria here in the lead with Johanna Vicili on stroke, 16 years old, and leading that boat. But I'd say Great Britain is in lane 2, if I'm not mistaken. They are in a fight. They are in a fight together. They're fighting for that first position. Great Britain taking that first position at the moment, but Austria is not going to give it away. I think they are still maintaining contact. Also, the Italians picking up the pace again, but currently Great Britain in the lead, followed by that Austrian boat.
Yeah, and it's the Hungarians there in lane 3, also in the third position. That looks quite solid, but it's they might lack the power there to match the British rowers.
Yeah, I'd say that the British rowers are definitely in front here, maintaining that pace. Again, what I said before, the boat is accelerating with a very constant pace, very nice. And actually, I see that they are rowing, how we call it, in a block. Free speed, as we'd say, right? So
free speed, yeah,
is
definitely.
It bucket rowing? What's it called? I listened to it. I believe the term is called bucket rowing. But yeah, free speed when you decide to rigger up your boat this way, and that's becoming obvious right away.
I'm googling the term bucket rowing as we speak, and yes, I think you're definitely right, Boris.
You didn't expect that one, did you?
I did not expect you to be right, but you're all correct, or okay, as they say. And I can see even a video of a bucket pair, which I'm gonna enjoy in a while.
Absolutely, and Wyatt, it's I'm just gonna take it back from you. It's Austria second place, but it's Hungary who are making a call and picking up the pace and going over that Austrian boat. They are now securing that second place. So it's the Hungarian ladies who are pushing over the boat. And are they rowing in a? Oh no, it looks like no. It's I thought it was a Janusek. I think that would be very unwise if they are still in the water here.
That would be some good promotion for that company. If
exactly. No, so it's Hungary in second place. Actually, took it over from the Austrians. But who knows what's going to happen in the final phase? I'm turning back around and giving it back to you, boys.
Boys, you're heading back around to see the 8s who just started off some speed. I hope
pick up the pace.
Your legs aren't too tired already because you have to push the pedals real hard.
Yeah, they're clocking 22.6 kilometers an hour at the moment, Boris. So I really think your Studio Forest Lane bike has got to give it his all, and as are you, to keep up with these 8s that are coming towards you. Let's shift our attention shortly back to the women's 4s. There's Great Britain still leading with great strength, followed now by Hungary, as we just discussed. They had some good pace from the start, the Hungarians. Now it seems to be paying off for them. They're in second place, moved through the Austrian crew, and really still solid rowing from the Hungarians. They just seem to lack a bit of power to really challenge the British up till now. But yeah, the bucket riggering, the free speed of the British, that's unmatched at the moment. The Austrians aren't out it. They want to show Hungary that they can really still have a say in this race. The French are not going to make it to the A final, it seems, but it's the British, the Hungarians, and the Austrians that will meet each other again this afternoon.
So yeah, indeed, great move from the Hungarians to secure that second place. And here, taking it back to the junior men's 8, and boy, bunch of violence going on here on the water. This is a strong position from the British, taking the lead as we kind of would have expected, right? Kind of the favorites here in the men's 8 rowing, followed by by Switzerland in second place, of course, with the very recognizable big plus on the blades. Followed in lane, let me see. I France? No? Is it? Yeah, France, yes. So it's Great Britain in the lead, followed by Switzerland and then France. And the Dutch guys, they are unfortunately positioned on to close the gate this round. But who knows, maybe they can take back position from the French. The British guys, yeah, you can hear it in my breathing. I really need to pick up the pace to be able to keep up with these British guys. They are pushing that boat away like madness.
Yeah, the British looking strong here on our live video as well. Opening up with a 1:24 on the 500 meter mark and pulling it all the way through. Looks like we're going to have a sub-zero time here.
Sub-zero times, intergalactic speeds by the British here. Maybe Time Team will correct that later on. But something very, very strange must happen if the British are not going to win this heat. The Swiss, very, very constant rowing here on second place still.
Yeah, very solid rowing from both crews. British, great blade work here, pushing it on. I
need to turn around, fear for my own life, because there's about 50 people coming towards me. Hopefully, I am spotted by them, so that's a good thing. Turning around, the cheering on keeps continuing.
Boris, we can only hope that you're not caught up in that stampede over there and that you make it safely to the other side of the Bosbaan.
I barely made it, but I'm alive.
That's great, because you're up for another heat of 8. So you gotta, you need all of your strength to come by that.
And I think that's going to be the last one for this morning, right?
Yes, Tom is going to verify that for us, but it definitely seems like it. Still, the British here leading this men's 8 race, followed by the Swiss, whom are really displaying some solid strokes here too. Good rhythm from the strokesman there from the Swiss crew, urged on by Cox, who is not named in our little time team thing. The nameless Cox.
The nameless Cox. Oh, that's a shame.
It is actually, yes. But we'll fix that later for this afternoon, so we can provide you with some more in-depth reviews of everyone's names here aboard the cruise. British leading on still what we are getting used to today. I think some British power displayed on the water. But the Swiss very strong ending also. Second place to the Swiss crew. The Dutch and French are fighting it out, but in favor of the French, and judging from the rowing, that's well-deserved. Not as sloppy as the Dutch. Very solid rowing also there, the French crew. The Dutch just falling short, unfortunately. So they're on to the second heat of this same discipline, the men's 8s. They've just come through the 500-meter mark.
Yes,
and there it's led by Czechia once again.
Yes, indeed, and only three boats here in this heat. Czechia in lane 1, Italy in lane 2, and Austria in lane 3. And if I am able to see it, they are approaching my position here at roughly the 1,000-meter mark. It's still very close.
Yeah, but what a start from the Czech. Crazy times, 1:22, 2 seconds faster than the British crew just rode. A very strong start there from Czechia. Also, Italy really close, stuck by them. Austria there in third place, but it's going to be Italy and Czechia. But from the looks of it, Boris, Czechia is already out a couple rowers in front, aren't they?
Yes, exactly. I think they've put the afterburners on a little bit quickly, and they are indeed in a very, very comfortable first place. Lots of people, actually not that many people as compared to the previous heat, but still cycling here next to me. Yeah, this Czech boat, it's going
this is very, very quick.
Very quick, yeah, very strong pace. Very strong pace, totally in sync, these guys with each other. There's a duck that's fearing for his life, flying away for the raw power of this Czech boat. And it's, this is going at a crazy pace, I'd say. Followed by the Italians, who are also displaying a strong feat of rowing. A little bit less, what's it called? Rhythm. Than the Czech boat, and last place currently by the Austrians.
Yeah, but as we've learned before from looking at Italian rowing, you should never judge a book by its cover, and you should never judge the speed of an Italian crew by the synchrony of their rowers, because it doesn't matter in the Italian crews. They'll go fast anyway.
And as I'm switching up a gear on the bike here, it looks that the Italians are also trying to put that into a higher gear. They are trying to regain contact with that Czech boat, but the Czechs they're also picking up the pace a little bit, and they're building on that lead from the Italians. There's more and more clearance between the Italians and the Czechs right now. Also, the live video committee here picking up the live video for you guys. So yeah, this is going very quick.
Yeah, these guys, they must have known coming here, judging from this confidence that they're displaying here. Very solid, very controlled and paced rowing.
What's the comparing the times between the British boat and this Czech boat?
They're way faster. They're
way faster.
Yeah,
so,
just about 8 seconds or 6 seconds faster than the British at this point.
That is amazing, and it's definitely very promising for the finals later today. It's going to be a display of power between the Czech and the British.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be treated on some very fast aids rowing today at the Coupe de la Jeunesse 2023. We're judging from the crowd here too. They're also as excited as we are to see these boys coming towards us.
Absolutely, and I think the coach is just signaling, all right, give it your all for the end. They are picking up the speed again and also putting the pedal to the metal, and even building on that lead even more. What an amazing display of power here by the Czech.
The crowd has gathered here to cheer on this Czech crew for the last.
Oh, but the
Italians,
they are putting out an end sprint here, and they're regaining contact with that Czech boat. But it's of course too late to be able to secure first place, because these Czechs, they've really displayed some crazy rowing here today. But I think the Italians, in terms of time, might be even quicker than the British.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me at all. Now, if they were. We'll get back to that as soon as they came through officially. But yeah, the Czech, very solid race from them, also from the Italians. And what's very remarkable or worth mentioning is the sportsmanship all throughout this competition. We've been seeing a lot of friendly greetings after the finish line, but also we haven't seen a single crew that tried to save some energy for this afternoon. It's been full on from start to finish. And we've also finished this morning block thus far. We'll be back in a couple of hours with the finals. And then we'll again serve you with some commentary on the rowing, and we'll be treated on some very exciting matches. So we'll see you this afternoon.
Yeah, we've got the big break now, a couple of hours of break, trying to regain that energy. The people in the finished hour, they're gonna break their heads over who is going to be in the finals, where, what, and when. And when all of that is decided, we'll be back with you, and we'll be back here at Coupe de la Jeunesse 2023.
Yeah, we'll be back starting with the A finals of the women's aids. So we just have seen the men. We will be starting with the women's aids then.
Are you going to? Zet jij alles uit, Tijn?
Zeker.
Top. Tot zo.
Tot zo.
a favore. Sì, non troppo, non troppo a favore. Ja, ik was hier eigenlijk verloren met het zuiden. Bon, et bien écoute, they do a lot of things.
Dames en heren. Goed, we gaan zo dadelijk even de ceremonie protocolair oefenen. Dus raak niet in de war als wij opeens landnamen gaan oefenen. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be doing a rehearsal of the medal ceremony in a couple of moments. So please do not get confused by random countries winning a medal right now. This is just for practice, so please bear with us. The medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse Junior Men's Single Sculls will be presented by President of the Coupe de la Jeunesse, Gary Harris, and accompanied by Delegate to the Coupe de la Jeunesse from France, Philippe Lot.
met de camera zo te focussen, dan gaat hij hier een beetje in.
Coupe de la Jeunesse, and we're about to start the first race of the afternoon, A finals time, and we're starting with the young women's 8s finals. Promised to be a very fast race. On the start line now aligned are the Netherlands, Great Britain, and Italy and France. Ready here to row. We've got our camera settled on their faces. We've got the look of determination here within these women's crews, ready to give us an afternoon full of rowing that we can enjoy. And next to me has sat down one of our other presenters, Martijn Koopman. Welcome to the studio.
Lovely to be here. Lovely to be here.
Thank you. We've got our B100 agent set up on the studio Bosbaan bicycle. He's ready to use his leg power to tell us all about what's going on in the water and also give us a little bit of insight on the atmosphere of everyone that's cycling with these rowers that also committed a lot of time on coaching these people to make them as best as possible to get everything out of them that's possible to get on the water now. And we're just waiting on the alignment of these crews. We've got 5/8 aligned now at the start.
Yes, and as the women were rowing past by the ivory tower, I noticed that all of them have the same style of hair. It seems to be a little bit of a trend around here.
Yeah, apparently.
I've been looking at Caroline Florijn. If I
in the Dutch crew, indeed, Martijn, you saw that well. It's the same hairdo all around, and it's of the new world record holder of the women's single sculls, Caroline Florijn.
Yes, I think it's some free speed to the women's rowing is to get the hair well done. And free speed is what's going on around here because the wind is very in favor of the rowers. I've seen that there's some very fast times been clocked around this morning.
There
so
have
that's
actually,
very
yes.
promising for the afternoon.
Yeah, we saw the last thing actually that we finished with was the men's 8s heat, so the same discipline as we're watching now. And there the fastest time was 5:45, real big boy times.
Those are real big boy times. And we're off.
Lights
bit
out
of
and
an
away
off
we go.
start from Italy, I guess. They had some steering issues, but they're back straight in line, and all of the crews. It went off, and it seems to me that it's the French that actually take the lead here.
Yeah, the French are looking solid, but what we've seen from the British crews today, I expect that their 8 is also of A quality today. The Italians, despite this little hiccup there at the start, they swerved a little bit towards the British crew, but they managed to get their boat straight and translate all that power that must be inside that crew to some speed of the boat, and definitely some solid rowing there from the French crew, as you said, Martijn.
Yes, very much together, and a strong empowerment movement up until the finish, and that does not lay them some wind eggs as you've already used it today. It's the French who take the lead, with the British going quick on their tail, and they're rowing in a boat from the Hope, if I'm correct.
Yeah, that could very well be, but they're currently the French and British. They are dominating in this field because they're already, and we've only had about shy of 300 meters in this race, but they're really trying to push away from the rest of the field, the Dutch and the Italians.
Yes, and the French, I think it's mainly their synchronized rowing which gets them this ahead of the rest. The British using a bit more back. It's a lot of back from the start. But also the British are moving up, and it's a bit hard to see with the cameras going around if it's the French or if it's the British who are leading now.
Yeah,
the British definitely putting on an attack on the French, and we have a clear vision of what the field's doing, and it's the British who took the lead. They're after a bit slower start than the French. They actually took the lead with some very strong rowing.
Not unexpected, I must say. I mean, in the morning we saw these French, these British girls performing very strong as well. We should be able to see previous results in our master dashboard, but apparently the synchronization hasn't worked as of yet.
Well, what I've seen so far is that the British had a good time this morning as well, and they were in first place, if I'm correct, or I might be mistaken, but
Yeah, actually, I think this is a final immediately. I don't remember seeing any of these crews in the morning.
direct
I'm sorry
A
there.
final, so I'm just talking out of my neck.
Yeah, you are.
Talking
But don't worry, the both of you were, so don't get.
You are digging out of your neck, Martin. Yeah, exactly. I mean, the British here, the rain won't stop them, and of course, a little bit of rain isn't unfamiliar to the British fans here along the side, the best fans, as we might say.
Yeah, still in the lead, and they took a full boat on the French by the 1,000 meters. So I guess the British really solidated their first place now, and the French still trying to push along, but it doesn't seem to be enough. Italians still having contact with the French.
Yeah, it's amazing to see all the British supporters gathering at the victory pontoon despite this horrific weather. They don't care. They only want to see their crew race, their crew take it out to the win.
Yeah, the crowd doesn't seem to be bothered by the rain. They really gathered together at the Ereflot to see their favorite crews coming along as they're almost passing the 500 meters, and they're starting to get close to the finish line, but it's still the British in a strong consolidated lead. They don't seem to care about the other crews, just rowing very solid. Bit of a lot of back still on the British, but it seems to work for them. So
Yeah, there's nothing really against it if you got the strength and the endurance to facilitate that backswing there. But the British really, no doubt, giving a lot of power and a lot of speed to that boat that they're in. Also very well synchronized, just as the French we just discussed. But it seems like the French have no say in what the British are doing here. And as they're slowly gliding into the last 250 meters of this race, the British have really outdone themselves this time. There's no single boat that's even close to them in this, what can only result in a British victory.
So will it be...
Will it be what?
Will it be what? No, I'm still looking at the back of the field. Will there be any changes around there? It's still the French in the second place. Italians trying to get a move on the French. But it seems very consolidated all the race. No real big changes after the first 500 meters.
Yeah, if you look to the back of the field, you can see the Dutch really struggling to stay with the rest of the field. And they, even though they do look quite solid there in the boat, they really seem to lack any sort of way to translate that synchrony into power in the boat. And the speed is really lacking there in the Dutch crew. The Italians are dropping back a little, something we haven't seen from any of the Italian crews today. We usually see a very solid ending there and somewhat rocky start sometimes, but the French are still holding on. Still some solid strokes from there. One or two are missing out every time, some sloppy blade work every now and then, but to be mentioned, very solid rowing there from the French crew.
Yeah, and as the crews row by, more of the crowd have gathered at the Ereflot. They actually went from the cover of the rain to a closer position where they can actually see their crews, and it's the British who pull off a very nice sprint at the finish. They really take some more speed up to it, and it's a win here for the British.
Yeah, well-deserved win there for the British. No real competition throughout the race. Very deserved celebration there aboard the British crew. French also handing out some congratulations. A good start of this crew, especially.
Yeah, seems like the French are actually also very happy with their second place, and I think they had a good race next to the British. They really put fire to their to the shins. They made it hard for the British. The British had to keep on working, but it was a very strong victory by the British here.
Yeah, we're ready for the first crew there to put their boat at the victory pontoon, and then we can finally put to work what Boris has been painstakingly, I must say, practicing here. And he's doing the last-minute preparations for this victory celebration, because he's all ready. And now, as the smells of victory that Boris is spreading spread to our nose, we're also ready for this victory, right? Aren't we?
Yes, very much so. And yeah, honored to do it. Honestly, I must say.
Very good. Some nice words from the CEO of Studio Bosbaan. All bookings go through him. If ever you think I might organize the odd rowing competition, don't be. Feel free to email us at bookings@studiobosbaan.be. Some careless or shameless self-promotion there in the time that there's no cruise on the water, because we got enough time between the finals for the whole celebratory. Obligatory.
Yes, and as much I would have loved to attend the ceremony from up here in the Ivory Tower, it stopped raining, so it's a cue for me to head out into this weather and head to commentary on the race.
Please do that, and make sure to attach the mobile transmitter securely to het rekje of the Studio Bosbaan bicycle. The recce. Exactly. So good luck, Tom, and we'll see you out there.
Thank you very much.
And in the meantime, I've managed to get ahead of the list of names who've the rowers who've been rowing here today, and I'm seeing the names of the women who started in the 8, and it's always good to see who are actually competing here at the Bosbaan today, and I'm wondering if I will be seeing them in the future at another international regatta like the senior regattas that there are ahead of them, because obviously the rowers who start here this weekend, they're the talent of the future, and we'll probably see a lot of these names in upcoming events in the coming years.
Yeah, and we'll be there to welcome them, hopefully. I think this is the start of a nice Coupe de la Jeunesse Studio Bosbaan cooperation, and we are looking forward. We actually already gathered some fans here today at the Coupe de la Jeunesse. We had Coupe Kelboer, who was one of the friends of the show, I must say, and one of the Dutch men's 4. Yeah, we hope.
Which is the next upcoming?
Exactly.
No.
I'm
sorry.
It's a different one. This is a junior men's Coxed 4. I think.
I think the difference is in the sculling or.
Exactly. So whilst we wait for the crews to get their boats, these big boats, right? These 8s, these nice long boats, to the victory pontoon, or het erevlot, as we call it in the Netherlands.
I think it will be a tight squeeze, getting 3 8s on the victory podium. It's not what we're used to. Usually at national regattas, it's just the first place that gets to be on the podium. But
exactly.
Since it's an international regatta, it's going to be 3 boats, and it will be a tight squeeze on the docks to get 3 of the 8s there.
A little bit of a sneak peek for when the World Cup will finally be hosted here again. Then probably we need to create some space here as well. Maybe it's time for an elongation of the victory pontoon. I mean, there's still some space.
That would definitely be nice. And it's the French who get there first.
Yes.
And they will be helped by the crew of the Coupe. We're very enthusiastic crew we have around here. All the young people. We're so engaged in the rowing world. They're actually helping the entire weekend, which is very nice, because you need volunteers to get these kind of competitions to work. A lot of volunteers, actually.
Yeah, just back from a little break. How's it going?
It's going very well. The women's 8, they're putting on alongside the
The
docks.
alignment. Yeah, I got some. The French are the first at the pontoon, not the first of the finish. But way to take back some victory over that.
Definitely a lot of happy faces with the French. They're doing a little cheer on the docks. And I noticed that the British, they're actually rather big girls. There's a lot of power there in that boat.
Yeah, it was
Tall.
a big difference where we
Tall
saw
girls.
the Dutch crew and also the French that actually fell in short a little with speed at the end, where the British could really translate everything that they did on the water to translate that power into speed of the boat. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me at all that you think there might be strong in that boat.
So we're about to get ready for the first victory ceremony, and a lot of the people on the stands, they actually already seen the practice for the victory ceremony. But this time around, it's time for the first real victory ceremony, which means that you can actually get very loud for the winners in about a couple of minutes. And I expect you to give a big applaud for them.
We are just waiting a little bit for the last crew to arrive. As said before, it's a bit of a tight squeeze here and there here at the victory pontoon of
meanwhile, since we're almost switching to the victory ceremony and we'll be having less time for the next cruise starting, there's also a final which is about to get started. It's the young men's Coxed 4. With quite a full field. There's Italy, the Netherlands, France, Ireland, and Great Britain.
Yeah, they're actually aligned now at the start, ready to go. The blades are covered, and the start sign is just about to be switched on to get these crews to unleash their rowing capacity on the Bosbaan.
Rather tall men as well, especially the British seem to be quite tall guys. So I expect good times here. And some of the Dutch we've actually seen already on the national championships and the single sculls. But we haven't actually seen them rowing in a 4.
No, that's new territory for us to see them rowing there.
Yeah, it's quite a heavy weight to carry a Coxed 4 there. Martijn, you are familiar with the boat itself.
Definitely the heaviest boat you can be in.
Power to weight ratio is quite unfortunate. So yeah, some big guys in there is no unnecessary luxury.
Definitely not a surprise. And these boys, they're really. I think we can expect times which could compete at senior level. And we also haven't seen these guys.
No, we haven't seen them this morning. It's also a straight-on A final, no heats in the morning. I wonder what they're going to do tomorrow if we see them in a similar setup, or if these guys are going to row in different allocations, different boat types. And they've just now started away from the start here at the Bosbaan, ready to strike a big 2,000 meters, and it's a good start for Great Britain here in the closest lane to the camera, lane 6.
Yes.
There.
Seems like the Isles are doing really well. It's the British, but also the Irish, which had a good start.
Yeah, we've seen some good work from the Irish today, especially in the double sculls also this morning, with some solid rowing, but here some really excruciating strong pace here in the Irish boat.
Definitely, James Young is doing his very best to get a good pace on the boat. But the Dutch this time do seem to get along with them. They seem to hold on, and they seem to have a well start as well.
Yeah, the Dutch really seem to be held back a little by the moment in which they are selected now and how they come into these crews. But the Coxed 4 is a really good. It's a good boat to start in, even if you're not all too familiar with each other. It's a very forgiving number. You can really go to town. It's like riding the erg on the water. So the Dutch are really sticking to this race, and the French too. Is very solid first 500 meters, but it seems to be the Italians that are close to the British there. The Italians even now in front of them.
I think it was a bit of a. It was hard to
in the
see
first
from
500
the camera,
meters, the
but
Italians
it's actually
first.
the Italians who do a really good job here, and I think we need our eyes on the side from Tom to get a better look at the races. But it's the Italians who are actually pulling off a trick, and they're getting almost a full boat ahead.
Yeah. So I'm cycling towards them right now. Still struggling with the mechanics over here to see the actually times. Do we got times from the first 500 meters?
Well, we're not looking at them now. I can look them up for you if you want, but the Italians are definitely out in front. They're followed by the British, the French, and the Irish. The Dutch, now as we thought, they had a pretty decent start, still struggling anyway. Probably not going to be competing for the win here in the A final of the Cox Men's 4. But Italy, yeah, definitely good start, and we know the Italians always leave some reserve there for the end of the race, so this seems like a very solid start.
And also very clean rowing from the Italians. Again, the British tend to use a bit more of their back, but the Italians keep it very in control, and nice catch also, very clean, very little movement.
I think we are going to start almost the first medal ceremony of the day. Of course, for the junior women's 8. Just waiting for the slide signal to start.
The women are lining up.
It's all looking good.
Yeah, and there's no waiting here on the water because the Italians are not having any of the attempts of the British and the Irish to get closer.
Yes, I just joined the crew. The whole crowd here is going mental. Do you guys understand me? Or do you hear me?
Definitely.
All right, I'm gonna break in, guys, because I will announce to you, ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse for the junior women's 8. The medals will be presented by Gary Harris, president of the Coupe de la Jeunesse, together with Seada van den Herik, president of the Dutch Rowing Federation. The winner of the bronze medal, Italy. Italy is represented by Giulia Barini. Nina Frati. Aurora Bacchini. Roberta Romani. Serena Chioccia. Anna Di Benedetto. Elisa Pecorella. Giada Bucci. And Diego Sandon.
A quick short mention through this ceremony. We got the British men's Cox 4 winning the A finals, just followed by Italy and the Irish.
The silver medal won by France. De bow, Zora Toulier Dardam. Mathilde Millet. Alix Leduc. Lola Goesens. Alix Juliette. Roos Devriard Koestre. Julie Boutier. Marianne Rivat. And Baya Rocher Hugo. I hope that I pronounced that correct. And the winners of the gold medal, Great Britain. Represented by Elena Wood, Carmen Buter, Emily Shaw, Abigail Smith, Sophia Nielsen, Matilda McCartney, Maya Bentley, Chloe Hunter, and coxed by Fleur Blazen. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Great Britain. Please applaud the medalist.
That was the first medal ceremony of today, and there's a lot more to come. In about a couple of minutes we'll get to the second ceremony for the coxed men's for and Thai. I think we should do a little recap from the last 1,000 meters of that race, because it was quite a switch there.
Yeah, there was some amazing rowing going on there where we talked about the Italians were in first place for the big part of the race. Really strong start there from Italy in the men's coxed fours, but Great Britain with an amazing comeback took away the gold there.
Great Britain with a lot of backswing and I think a lot of power, especially. Just went completely over the Italians, but the Italians kept a strong race and they ended up second, with the Irish attempt to give a big attack on their second place, but it was just not enough for them, but they ended up third.
Yeah, it was a good, strong third place there from the Irish in the men's coxed four. Now they've dropped the cox for the next race with the men's fours. Lined up now: France, Norway, Netherlands, Great Britain, Italy, and Hungary. And we've seen these guys in action today before. It's been a strong race to get here. Great Britain, good favorite also in the men's fours. But Italy and Hungary have also displayed some very strong rowing already. The sun is breaking through a little there, Martijn, and you can see it on the guys' faces.
Yeah. Let's ask how Tom's doing, I'd say.
Yeah, I'm doing pretty well here, waiting at the 500-meter mark for the crews to pass by. They're still not started, so I'll be back at you with the commentary from the 500 meters.
Glad to hear that you're still alive, soaking up that sun and working on that tan.
That's
Tom.
really,
Yeah, and the
really
rowers
nice.
are also soaking up the sun. I see some of the guys from Great Britain trying to cool down a bit, although they had some rain already. They actually put their legs in the water. I think the British are used to rain, obviously, so they don't care about it, and they had a bit of heat to cool down from.
They are not dirty from a little bit of water, as they say in the Netherlands. All right.
Yes, as you do.
Exactly. Next heat that we're going to look at. What was it again?
Yeah, so it's the men's fours that we're looking at. Hungary now at the image of the live video committee. They look determined, don't you think? The big sunglasses really made a comeback from the 90s.
Definitely some 90 sunglasses here showing off at the start. And there are some tall guys in this crew as well. They seem confident. We're zooming out a bit and getting the Italians also in vision, and the entire crew actually. And they're about to get started, so I wonder what we can see from these boys here.
Blades are now covered.
Blades are covered.
What we saw this morning, we shortly discussed this, but all eyes for the studio on Great Britain, Italy, but also the Netherlands and Hungary have done quite well this morning, but by far the fastest time there for Great Britain and Italy. And they've come out with a great start, especially the British pushing their boat already a couple seats in front of the Italians, which is are definitely their most feared competitors. The Netherlands still trying to hold on to this position there in third or second place, but the British off with a great start here in the men's four.
Yeah, what I see is there's a bit more technical rowing in this field if you compare it to the men's coxed fours. I guess they put the raw, heavy power in the coxed fours and then switch to the more technical rowers for the coxless fours. It's nice to see how clean the rowing is, especially again by the Italians, but also these British boys. They have a bit more of a clean catch, I would say.
Yeah, that's definitely true, Martijn. I'm at the 500-meter mark here, where the boats are crossing the line in about 15 meters. It's exactly what you said, which look very, very clean. Hungary closest to me in lane 6 look like they're fighting for it, fighting to stay with the other boats. But it's Britain that's leading, Netherlands second. Seems that they're driving a push right now to get ahead of those British crew.
Yeah, and it's obviously nice for us to see the Dutch boys actually competing in this race, but it's the British who are almost a full boat ahead, and the Dutch and the Italians fighting for that second place.
Yeah, they're fighting for the second place, but yeah, I think this race is not over yet. I mean, these Dutch boys, yeah, well, they're looking strong, they're looking clean, they look confident as well. The British now in front. It's Italy, it's coming as well, attached to the field, and in the farthest lane from me, in lane 1, France.
Yeah, so the French are they're still, if I hear you correct, Tom. But the Dutch and Italians, the Dutch actually trying to overclass the Italians here, which is considering the times of the heats this morning, not exactly to be expected, because the Italians were very fast this morning. But the Dutch seem to have found some better rhythm than they did earlier today and put it out on the water for us this afternoon, but no match yet for the British.
Well, but I think the British get a bit more heat on their race than they had in this morning. They actually have to fight a bit more for it. And the French, who had a bit of a less start, they're actually coming back really well. So they're also in for the medal still.
Yeah, so it's really nice for the British that they got the 2 second fastest crews, the Netherlands and Italia. Yeah, both in their eyesight, so they can just take a look at them, keep their eyes on them, and if they are starting to push, they can just react. And I think that's a really good way of of leading this race.
And Tom, it's a bit hard for us to see from here, but it seems like the French are doing a good push.
Yeah, they're doing a good push, and Italy as well. They just passed by the Netherlands. They're making it very hard. So yeah, we've already seen that Italy is actually strongest in the last couple of 100 meters of the races. So yeah, I expect them to just rev it up and to turn this thing on. It's actually the French now passing the Netherlands.
And the British, they're getting a stronger and stronger lead. Earlier on, I said they were still having competition from the other crews, but now, right now, they're almost 2 boats ahead. So it seems like the British are going to win this race with only 500 meters to go, and it will be a bit more tight for the second and third place, where there's actually still a competition going on.
Yeah, we've talked about a bit of the rowing styles that we've seen throughout the countries, but also there seem to be some club differences, or at least some crew differences there, Martijn, because I don't see any of that big backswing that we've seen in the other British crews here. It's very neat, very compact, and actually looks very light.
Yes, like I said, this British crew seems to be a bit more clean from the start. They get a clean catch with a lot less back than the earlier crews, and it does seem to work for them since they are so far ahead. So they're almost passing the 250 meter line, which means they're in full finish sprint.
Yeah, they look like a very efficient crew, really capitalizing on their anatomy here. And not wasting any of the energy by pulling up their bodies from the back of the stroke, but really using their power while driving the legs.
Yeah,
the Italians got a big final sprint here for us.
Yeah, from the ivory tower it seems a bit closer than what we can see on the screen. The Italians are definitely pushing, are definitely trying. The British, it seems to be a bit too far, but it's good to see that they're competing them, and it will be I think it will be a tight squeeze for the third place, where it's the Dutch and the Italians, the French, the Dutch and the French still battling for the third place, but it's definitely going to be the British in first and the Italians in second place.
It's really nice to see how the Italians can really color outside of the lines and get some real speed in that boat that doesn't really come from whatever you learn in rowing school, but does really work.
Yeah, a lot of looking from the Dutch, but they consolidated their third place, and I think it's so nice to see that the Italians were almost 2 boats away from the British, but pushed the full boat back and put some fire on those, what were it?
The shins. Yeah. Putting the fire next to the shins, right? Another nice
fire next to the shins.
Nice,
the British had to work for it in the end, but they were ahead from the start and they never gave that away. So I think it's time for the next medal ceremony.
Yeah, it's looking like it. We're just waiting for the sign. I think we're about to go. Yeah. So ladies and gentlemen, please the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse for the junior men's coxed 4 is about to begin. The medals will be presented by Daniel de Weert, delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse Belgium, and Seada van der Herik, president of the Dutch Rowing Federation. The winner of the bronze medal is Ireland. Ireland is today represented in this junior men's coxed 4 by, starting from bow to cox, Sean O'Neill. Liam Walter. Andrew O'Leary. James Young. And coxed by Noah Giltinen. The silver medal winner is Italy, represented by Daniele Cecchi. Francesco Calvani. Cesare Borlenghi. Francesco Graffione. And coxed by Lorenzo Scaffi. The gold medal, winner of the gold medal, Great Britain. Represented by Finlay Worthington. Callan Wallace. Samuel Foley. Adam Fowler. And Alexander Coombs. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Great Britain. applaud the medalist.
We're gonna start right back with the men's pair A finals.
Just in time for the men's pair.
Just in time. We're getting that timing now perfectly here. At the start, Italy, Austria, Switzerland, Great Britain, Spain, and the Netherlands.
Yes, and I think this is one of the hardest boat types we'll be seeing here this weekend. The men's pair. There's not a lot of sweep rowing in junior rowing. They usually start with that when they're a bit older. So they haven't been doing this so much. Most of them have been sculling most of their years as junior rowers. So I wonder what we will be seeing here. The blades are covered. I think we're about to get started.
Yeah, it's really an interplay between the two of them there in the men's pair. It's a difficult boat to align at times, but what we've seen so far is some control already in this number. I remember yesterday evening we even had a single sculls final that was combined with one pair from, I believe, Austria that won that race. So we have seen some paired rowing in this competition.
Yeah, luckily not too much wind at the start for these boys. The conditions at the start are actually very nice. Something we're not always used to in the Netherlands. Can be quite hard when the winds turn the other way around, or when you're rowing at the Willem-Alexanderbaan. But we're not at the Willem-Alexanderbaan today. We're actually at the Bosbaan, and the wind is going in the right direction for good conditions and fast times.
Yeah, and this morning the windy conditions, it was a bit difficult, somewhat fatal for the French crew because they didn't make it to the finish line this morning. They had to walk back actually with their boat in hand. But this morning we've seen some very strong rowing from Switzerland that was battling it out with Austria and Italy in Heat 1. Very close heat, very exciting all round, and Great Britain dominating the other heat, getting little resistance from Spain and the Netherlands. So all eyes on Great Britain. Switzerland, Austria, and Italy are gonna play it out there in the front, I think, and they've got their blades covered there, Martijn. So that means they're gonna start, and that's the first stroke
and
of the
we
men's
started
pairs.
away, and I see a lot of very technical rowing here. Very clean rowing again, especially from the Dutch, but also the Swiss.
Yeah, and Spain off with a strong start too. They didn't have a very good race this morning, but maybe they heard our negative commentary and thought, we'll show you we can start away with some strength and determination, and that seems to put them out in front together there with the British and the Swiss.
Definitely. Junior rowing can be very surprising. I mean, they're young, relatively unexperienced rowers, and they can pull off something special in the finals.
Ooh, and the British got to watch out there because they're steering a bit into the line there, which might get them caught in between one of the buoys. Yeah, buoy.
Yeah, so as I'm taking a look at the side of the forest lane, I see, as expected, Austria leading this race, fighting already with the Swiss. Great Britain, who, as you said, Ty, didn't have a lot of resistance in their heat. Yeah, I'm very curious about what they will lay on the water right now, what they will be able to.
Very enthusiastic screaming from the side. Tom, seems like you're being deafened by the people who are cycling along.
Yeah, we got the Great British now for the first time exposed to some resistance, but actually maybe they should be offering some more resistance because it seems like Austria is leading still, Tom.
Yeah, Austria is leading right now. As I look at it, it's for second place Swiss and Great Britain fighting for the second place. In the forest lane, it's Italia trying to get a grip on this race as well. But yeah, it's Austria leading this race.
Austria with Anton Franchi and Christoph Spaat-Glanznig, who are pulling off very nice rowing along, hanging on their arms and mainly using their legs. It's very long legs, very long push. It's how we like to see it, Ty.
Yeah, definitely how we like to see it. And we do not know for sure if the stroke is there from Tirol, but he might very well be. But we know from these Austrian boys that they can hold on to this speed, because they've done so this morning and really seem to understand how this mental game that rowing can be, how that works, because they're showing their Swiss competitors who've been on their tail all day and really beat them in the final couple of meters in the heat this morning. And now they're showing off where we've got a lot of strength on board, and also this technical rowing, very long, very strong strokes, very neat blade work too. It's close to the water, but very efficient use of that.
Exactly, but
there.
as we come closer to the 1,000 meter mark, it's Great Britain that is just giving their push and putting the fire at the chins of Austria there. The Austrians got like half a boat right now, but I'm sure the British will keep on pushing. It was Austria indeed today that was very consistent, whereas Italy was more of a sprinter at the end.
So we might be seeing some of the Italian boys as we're passing on the 750 meter line with not so much to row ahead, just actually a sprint distance, so they should be starting to go right now. And what I noticed is that the Austrian boys actually have some lucrative hats.
Bucket hats,
bucket
but not,
hats.
not bucket
Not
rigging.
bucket hats, but different from the Dutch bucket hats, this Austrian bucket hats, and they might be bringing some luck to these boys, some free speed, but it's the British who are starting to move on them. And
the Swiss really struggling, aren't they? Not what we expected from this morning, but the Italians seem to have taken the third place from the British, or from the field too, but the British now with eyeballing the highest boat speed, but the Austrians still out in front and not willing to give away that head start they made very well. They fought for at the start of this race.
But now, I'm sorry, Ty, Great Britain is closing in now. It seems that Austria don't really have an answer. It's trying desperately to stay in front of the British here as we close the 1,500 meter mark. The half of boat is now reduced to, well, only I think 2 meters or something. It's not much.
And as the boys of the Coxless Bear are moving towards the finish line, we're actually switching on to the next medal ceremony of the young men Coxless 4.
Not yet. We're waiting for the signal.
Exactly. Which means we have some time left.
We got the cameraman confused there. He thought he was on break, but now we still want to see the rowing anyway.
I think a small technical moment for the LVC is that the big screen here at the grandstand seems to have frozen. So maybe someone from the LVC should take a look at that, so that our great fans here in the grandstands also have the best view that we also have here in Ivory Tower.
On the water, it seems like the Austrians have found an answer to the British.
Yes, definitely. And as we're moving towards the final sprint, it's the Austrians who really took off. These boys took their rhythm to the next level, and it's so nice to see the cleanest rowing in one of the hardest numbers there on the water today. But it's definitely the Austrians who are still in the lead.
Yeah, very like they pushed on the boat speed, really found some extra reserves that they can use in those final meters, and it's gonna be the Austrians that
the guys with the hats.
Gonna go away here.
The guys with the hats,
the bucket hat, the free speed hat.
I would like to talk about with them about those hats, where they're actually here for luck, and they took off even more in the last 100 meters.
What a final sprint here,
What a final
Martin.
sprint from the Austrians.
Yeah, some amazing rowing put down here from the Austrians. Anton really firing up this rhythm there. Very well
deserved. And the Italians
victory.
again with a big push towards reach the finish. Not enough to beat the British, but definitely enough to get them a third place and a
Nice.
medal.
Bronze medal. It seems a little bit of a pattern here. If this course would have been 100 meters longer and the Italians could really capitalize on that end sprint that they keep delivering, then I think this could have been a silver medal. So maybe it's a sign that they should start sprinting a little bit earlier.
I think that's what we see a lot with the senior Italian rowers, that they start their sprint really early on in the game. All right, we're switching
Almost.
to the...
Yeah, and it seems like the Austrians really dared to go from the start. What really made them out to be the victors of this men's pair race here on the Coupe de la Jeunesse 2023. Very strong rowing from Austria. We're going to go on to the next races after
but
this ceremony.
Indeed. Do you want to do it this time, Ty?
Sure, we'll do it. We're going to... Well, it's our honor to present to you the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse, which is for the junior men's 4.
The medals will be presented.
We gotta wait with the music, sorry.
Martin, stop. The medals will be presented by Luciano Magistri, delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse Italy. Ronald Florijn, Olympic champion 1988, 1996 and former junior head coach of the Dutch Rowing Federation. Now you can start.
The winner of the bronze medal, the Netherlands. And the Netherlands was represented by Koen de Gunst. And Zeno van Rijn. Aan Eggekamp. En Wallace Sante. The winner of the silver medal in the men's 4, Italy. And Italy was represented by Alessandro Binda. And Vilmos Benchur. Andrea Frigo. And Luigi Festorazzi. The winner of the gold medal of the men's 4, Great Britain. Represented by Edward Floyd. And Alec Wilde. Jackson Amies. And Angus Gray Cheap. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Great Britain. Please applaud the medalists. And with that, we're off to the men's single sculls, where we are watching the Netherlands row. A little mistake there from the rower in the Netherlands crew, but he's recovered very well after that. In front there, it seems like Czechia and Belgium are doing some great business together. We haven't got any times there yet, but we do have our reporter in the field. Tom, how's it going there?
It's going great, Ty. Thank you very much. It's actually, as you said, it's Belgium and as well Czech going for the lead now. The Netherlands were actually pretty fast in the first 500 meters, but have seemed to draw a little bit back now. Belgium taking the lead and Czech second.
And junior single men and single scull is always one of my favorite starting numbers, since it's the number we actually select most of our rowers in. It's where you compete in to get a position in one of those international crews, and I think it's much like that in the other countries. So I expect a lot from these boys here in the single sculls today.
Yes, these young men are really fighting for that 7th place, which is certainly not onverdienstelijk at a international tournament like the Coupe de la Jeunesse.
Yeah, really working hard there on the water, and we see then still the rower from Belgium out front in these men's single sculls. Belgium represented by Louis Magiels. The Netherlands, Jonas Dorrestein. Czechia, Jan Lasota. Denmark, Oliver Burke-Bach. And Switzerland by Arthur Varpelen. And I have probably mispronounced many of those names, but they will not care about that, because they're rowing now for the medal here, or sorry, not for the medal, for the B finals. Belgium out in front. Tom, you're still next to them, I guess.
I'm still next to them, and as we speak, Denmark had taken over Czech. Czech had given everything in the first 1,500 meters, but it seemed to be Denmark that's pulling the longest end here for that second place in the B finals. Belgium, still leading this race.
Yeah, and it's lights out and away we go in the A finals of the men's single sculls. Hungary, Poland, France, Great Britain, Austria, and Italy taking it up there for the gold medal. Silver and bronze also to be divided here up in the A final. And a good start, at least so it seems, from France and Great Britain in the middle lanes here on the Bosbaan.
And it's so good to see countries we don't see so much at larger numbers, like in the 8 or in the 4, but countries like Hungary and Poland who are also competing here, who've sent in some of their best rowers to compete in the smaller numbers like the single sculls. Yeah, we've seen some very good 4 rowing too from both Hungary and Poland today. As we've seen the 4 men's 4 from Hungary, very solid strokes there, and also the Polish have given a lot of attention to already today. Now Hungary, David Honor Daroji, maybe I shouldn't even try, but it's very much aligned here, lane 5, 6, 3, and 2 all in one line, and that means that the French are really pushing a little. The Austrians now just a bow ball ahead. Great Britain is falling back a little, but not a lot. And there in the back, Hungary still holding on. But it's Austria now up front, and I hope that Tom isn't turning around to see these rowers. In the B final, still Belgium in front, but with some very unorthodox rowing styles. But it's going well, and he's really outplayed the Danish competitor there.
Yeah, I have turned around, of course, heading towards the stampede of coaches, of supporters there alongside the forest lane. Heading out to, we're coming through the 500 meters now. Yeah, times it's actually Austria leading with the second place for Great Britain. I'm heading towards them now. I'm a bit tired already from pushing that hard.
Yeah,
I'm
you can
almost
say
there.
that again. We can hear you panting in the microphone, but that means that you're working hard for our entertainment, and that is your primary cause today. So hats off to you. But still Austria leading there.
Yeah, it's a very exciting race so far. It seemed like the French were pushing through the field just now, but it's all the crews actually constantly switching positions at the front. It's Austria in a solid lead, but definitely a lot of switching there at the second, third, fourth position.
Yeah, and it was this morning. It was Great Britain with an easy victory in the heat, with also by far the fastest time of the day, followed by Austria. So I wonder if Herbie Austin Baker is going to make some moves in the next couple 100 meters to push his boat out in front. But thus far, it's still Paul Schinner out from Austria leading this race.
I guess Paul saved some energy for the 8 finals, knowing that he had a tough competition there. And I'm wondering if Tom is seeing some switches in second and third place.
Yeah, you just talked about the British who need to do a push, and well, he certainly does, because it is in the far lane Poland and Italy who are coming up to go for that second place, but it's still Austria leading this race with quite a big margin. I think it's about 1 length of a boat, so that's looking pretty good for Paul. Only 16 years old, if I recall correctly, so a very young rower. Interesting that he performs this well on the Coupe de la Jeunesse.
Yeah, it's so good to hear. We might see Paul in the upcoming events of the Coupe. Since he's only 16, he can also compete next year. But he might also go to the World Championships if he's competing so good today. And we can almost see the race from the ivory tower, and it's so surprising that the Italians and Poland, who had a bit lesser time in the pre-rounds, are doing so good today in these 8A finals.
Yeah, that's definitely an impressive feat, but the race is far from over. I think they are just across the 1,000-meter mark, so we still have a long way to go, so they might have overplayed their hand in the first part of the race, but a definite impressive feat thus far from the Poles and the Italians. But yeah, Austria still leading this race, followed by Great Britain, I guess, then.
Yeah, that's true. Great Britain now going for a strong push. Austria is actually looking at that and is reacting to that as well. So the gap is not closing yet, but we see Poland going for the second place, actually pushing on Great Britain right now, taking quite some inches every stroke. So I'm curious about what Great Britain and Poland got up their sleeves for the last 500 meters.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like Austria is about to fall back there. It really looks solid still. Some good strokes, long strokes, no real pulling at the end. Yeah, really not wasting any energy, just transforming it all to boat speed.
Wondering though what the Italian can do at the final push. We've seen so much sprinting from the Italians in the last 250 meters. And they're still in the run. He's still in the run for a medal, so I'm really wondering what we'll be seeing here in the last 250 meters. But it's still Austria with a big lead on the rest of the single scullmans.
Yeah, if Italy wants to get one of the medals, he should start sprinting right now, because it is Poland that's holding him firmly into that third position. Great Britain second, and yeah, it's still Austria there. Paul, I forgot his last name.
Paul Schinner.
Yeah,
Paul
it's really
Schinner.
gonna be Austria here. A solid rowing till the end.
Yeah, there's something very strange that must happen if he's going to give this away. And yeah, glad that we have you on the side here, Tom. I see that you're preparing to turn around. And as you're saying, today it's not only first place which is most important or applauded, it's also the silver and the bronze medals.
Yeah, very well deserved second place there for Great Britain, but he might not be satisfied with that.
Definitely the best final sprint from the British, who stopped rowing a bit too early, but it doesn't matter. And it is Poland with a 3rd place.
Very solid third
then-
place, must add, to the Polish.
Austria,
Actually-
Paul Schinnerl indeed. And then I think we are going to prepare
bit
ourselves for another nice medal
I think
ceremony.
A bit surprising was the Hungarian 4th place, who took over the French for 4th place, which was very surprising at the finish. But we're going to the medal ceremony. I see everybody's well prepared, in line. So we're about to get started. We're going to the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse junior men's pair. And the medals will be presented by Libor Kubricht, delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse, Czech Republic, accompanied by Minke Fischer, president of the organizing committee. And the winner of the bronze medal is Italy, represented by Sergio Andreo. And David Alasia. Winner of the silver medal is Great Britain, represented by Leopold Heinlein. And Timothy Gutsev. And the winner of the gold medal is Austria, represented by Anton Franzi Futschella. And Christoph Spat-Glanchny. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Austria. give a big applause for the medalists.
I've paid my dues. We are the champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
Yeah, we're changing on to the men's double sculls. The A final has just lined up at the start, and now we're looking at images from the B final. There, Denmark, Spain, Poland, Austria, Norway, and Belgium are rowing. And Austria here again looking at some very strong sculling. They're coming on to the 1,000-meter mark, I believe, and right there, I think Tom is cycling next to them to tell us more about how that's going.
Well, to be honest, I decided to head a bit further to catch a glimpse of the A finals, so I'm not cycling with the B finals right now.
Right, that seems like a solid move there. Then we'll just take it from you and do with all the images that are handed to us right here in the studio by the Louter Video Commission. And it is, it's Austria doing good work here in the B final. Comfortable head start. And I don't
rowing
think
as well, Ty. Not too much back, just a bit of the legs. Clean catch.
Yeah, just how you want to see it. Not enough this morning to reach into the A finals, but here in the B finals, they're trying to show off that maybe they should have been in those A finals.
Maybe these boys, when they get a bit older, get a bit more power and endurance, and when they show off the same technical rowing, they can get further into these finals at a next Coupe de la Jeunesse.
Oh yeah, they just missed it here because they were a bit slower than Ireland this morning. Some good Irish sculling we've seen, so I'm excited to see them back in the A final just now. But Austria, stroked by Ruben Griesvelder, rowing here, with quite a safe head start in the B finals. And the A finals look like their blades are covered, and we might just see the start in a couple of seconds. So maybe we can switch over to see that on our screen too.
And
there they are.
They're away.
It's like the Louter Video Committee is listening to what we're saying, and so far they've been delivering a great job with all the video here on the screen supporting our commentary.
Very solid connection we have here to whatever's going on in the water. We will be there, and it's Hungary with a very a fantastic start, very strong finish there at the end of the stroke from the strokesman in the Hungarian boat. Also the French doing some solid rowing
with a lot
here.
of lot of swing towards the back, but it seems to work for them. It's
we've been seeing this a bit more today, right? We see the very, very long strokes and really tilting that back almost towards the boat itself.
Yeah, some of the crews are starting to use their back early on, but like the French here, they really try to spread their pressure all over the stroke, but towards the back it's a lot of swing from them. I think it's also depends on what type of rowers they have, whether they can actually handle that.
Yeah, it's really at the risk of losing some composure there in the boat, but composure is not always what generates the fastest crew. And at this moment, we'll be looking at the fast crew here on the screen. That seems to be Hungary, but also the Irish are doing very well. Just a quick glance at the B final, where it's still Austria coming through the finish line on the first place, followed by Poland, and thereafter Norway, Spain, and Belgium. And then on the A finals, it's really coming close together. The Italians pushing there through. The British, we haven't seen them at all this far, so I think we really need some support from our commentator on the bike.
Exactly, so the Italians are looking really strong, British coming with it. We see Hungary as well. What's interesting about Hungary is that they had a really good start, but they seem to have some problems with their blade work at the catch. They're very, very strong at the end of the catch with their turning points, but it is a bit sloppy in the front of the catch. And I'm curious about how they're gonna manage to get through that middle part, because they seem to exert a lot of force. They seem to waste some energy there, and it's Italy leading this race with Great Britain and Swiss at the far end in lanes 1, 2 and 3.
Yes, I can see that it's an exciting race. You're cycling next to a lot of the crews aligning in a straight line, except for the French, who seem to be a bit out of the race, but the rest of the crews are actually really competing together still when they're almost heading to the 1,000 meters.
Yeah, so we're crossing the 1,000 meter mark in about, 20 meters or something, and it's still Italy leading. Great Britain and Swiss are fighting for that second place, but they're still pushing on Italy, putting the pressure on. Now Great Britain is going for a push, making it, they certainly make it not easy for Italy. Despite what I just said, Hungary is in it still, so I'm curious about what they're gonna do in the last part of this race.
Yeah, the Hungarians seem to lose a bit of pressure at the finish of the stroke, but still they're putting down some really fast times, although it's the Italians who took over the first place, but the Hungarians still hanging on to them, accompanied by the Britons, but the Italians showing off some more clean rowing here definitely, and we know they can put up a good finish sprint, so as long as they stick together, I think there's a big chance the Italians are actually going to take the gold medal here today.
The Italians are a bit sloppy every now and then, but they really seem to use the drive in the underwater a bit better than the British, because where the British, we've also seen a lot of backswing, now barely using their backs, at least not really to generate any speed in the boat, but the Italians are really using that backswing to support the legs, the drive underwater, and that's really working well for them. The stroke maybe leaves his head somewhere a bit in the front of the boat while his body is going towards the back, but no mention of that because it's a very strong rowing from them. The British have got a good pace, and also the Swiss I don't want to rule out from this because they are also rowing in a very steady pace behind the Italians.
Yeah, it's Great Britain that's getting their push right now as we go under the 1500 meter. Great Britain, who's taken over Italy right now, and we know Italy is strong on the last part of this of all races. It's Hungary who took over the Switzerland for third place. British now fully taken over Italy. Italy seems to respond with a push as well. I'm gonna hand it over to you guys at the ivory tower.
Yes, the Swiss are getting in a bit of trouble with the water here. The water is a bit more wavy towards the finish, and they seem to have some trouble with that, but it's the Italians and the British who are handling it very well. The Italians who show off some very compact rowing here, but will it be enough to beat the British? It's definitely a race between these two crews for the first and the second place, and they outmatch the other crews.
Yeah, and really solid rowing here towards the end. It's the British moving through the Italians now, really putting them behind, I think. Some very composed rowing, but I think the Italians might have an answer that the British might not expect, and also the Hungarians are really laying it on there, and the Irish too, actually, albeit a little sloppy, but their boat is really picking up pace. It's still the British and the Italians. I cannot tell which one of them is in front, and we're gonna have to wait until they cross the line to say whatever's going to happen.
They're going for their final sprint, and again it's the Italians who put a lot of speed in the final sprint, and it's what makes them win the gold medal here. It's definitely the sprint that did it.
And at last the Irish also moving through the Hungarians for the bronze medal. So it's Italy first, Great Britain second, and Ireland in third. And that means we're going to listen to the Italian anthem in a little while, which gets Boris and me very excited as always.
Yeah, Italians very happy, British little disappointed by their second place, although well done boys. And the Irish a little surprised by their third place. They do a thumbs up to the Swiss. They had a good race there in the back for a third place. The Swiss are very friendly. They put their thumbs up back. it's nice to see
Yeah, great sportsmanship is what you were looking
sportsmanship.
for
That was
there.
the words I was looking for. Definitely.
Definitely present.
Let
We're
op,
gonna go to the cérémonie protocolaire of the Coupe de la Jeunesse. So I will start up a little anthem, but we will first go to the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse. Will be presented by the Daniel de Weert, delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse, Belgium, Hélène Faubler, delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse, the Netherlands. The winner of the bronze medal of the junior men's single sculls A final, Poland. Sorry for a minute. Poland represented by Oskar Zmuda. And then winner of the silver medal, Great Britain. Represented by Herbie Austin Baker. And the winner of the gold medal of the junior men's single sculls, Paul Schindler from Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Austria. Please applaud the medalists.
We are the champions, my friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
And with that, we'll continue with the men's quads And right now we are looking at
The
the
B
images of
fi-
Spain running through in the B final, where they are in first place, followed by the Netherlands, then Norway, Ireland, and Portugal. But Spain out here in front in the B final of the men's quads, looking quite solid. We can also see the A final lining up there to compete there for the medals to be handed out in a minute. Tom is still on his bike. I think you're headed to the A finals, aren't you?
Well, I decided to pick to catch something of this B final as well, with Spain here in the lead, looking very very supple, very high pace, high stroke rate, comfortable in a lead, followed by the Dutch as we go under the 1,000-meter mark. For third place, we're having Norwegian and is it Hungary? I'm sorry, my phone is dead, so
I think it's Portugal you might be looking at.
it's Portugal, exactly. I'm very sorry. So Portugal and Norwegian are Norway are fighting for that third place, but I'll be heading back for the A finals right now.
Yeah, all good. Norway's got a bit of a short stroke, bit sloppy there at the end, but some decent rowing there from the Spanish out in front in the B final, and very deserved head of the rest of the crews here in the B finals. The Dutch are just holding on to their competitors or competition from Spain. And the A final has just aligned. Their blades aren't covered yet, so still doing some of the alignment, but we'll be seeing more from them soon.
I think it's so nice to see Norway here rowing, competing at the Coupe de la Jeunesse, one of the European countries which is definitely an upcoming rowing country. It might be a B final today, but it might also be an A final next year. So good to see them here, and it's also good to see Coupe Kuilboer, one of our biggest fans from the Netherlands, rowing at the Coupe.
Yeah, the Coupe de la Jeunesse also, as he was frontman of the social media campaign of this competition.
We are, of course, sincerely hoping that he'll end up on the victory pontoons and then we can do a little interview. He actually asked us to be interviewed, but it's a shame to hear, of course, that he's now in the B final. But if Coupe would like to have an in-depth interview about his day today, then he is more than welcome.
In the
to
after
come visit
talks.
us. In the after talk, the Studio Forest Lane podcast.
And meanwhile, the A final has actually started with the Italians on full screen, and I see a nice sprint away from the Italians. Good start there from the Italians again. They're doing so well this event, actually.
Full screen and full speed is what the Italians are displaying there, and definitely not only in this competition, but overall some very good rowing coming from Italy in the past years, and they're out in front actually in these men's quads. They're being followed by the British and the Czech double-sculled four. Maybe unsurprising, we saw some very strong rowing from Czechia this morning too, in the men's quad. And but the Italians now out in front, and I think our reporter on the bicycle, Tom, can see that as I say the Italians in front, that might not be true anymore.
Yeah, I just arrived in time, Ty. As it looks now, it's not that the Italians are in front. They have been passed by, let me see.
Czechia is in front now.
Czechia is in front, yeah, of course.
Yeah, also I think I'm going to take it over. Sorry guys. There was also an honorary mention for the B final here, where the Netherlands came in first in this B final by a smidge, just in front of our southern colleagues from Belgium, if I'm not mistaken.
No, that was
Portugal,
Spain.
Spain. Also southern, bit more southern, but then Spain. And third place for Ireland, if I'm not mistaken here.
And in the meanwhile, we see a good race from Poland in the A finals, like Ty mentioned early. They did very well this morning, although I said they represented themselves a lot in the smaller numbers. They actually are doing really good in this bigger number in the coxless double scull 4. And they're really taking off in the second part of the first half of the race.
Yeah, the Polish, really known for their very strong rowing, also not sure if you can call it upcoming, but they have a very strong rowing history over the last couple of years. But Czechia here really
Czech is
playing
still in
for the high eyes, as we say.
Definitely, Czech is
throwing
still
high
ahead.
eyes.
And I think Tom wanted to say something there.
As it says, it's really spectacular A final because the only crew that's not coming with the rest is France at the moment. It's Czech in the lead, and exactly as you said, Poland there together with Swiss, going for that third place. But it's I think it's 2 seconds apart, and I think a lot can happen still.
Yeah, you can see the shift also from this morning, because the French won their heat actually in favor of or over Switzerland and Poland, but now has to look back to these other crews, the Polish and the Swiss. But Czechia out in front, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if they come home with this gold medal today, because very solid rowing this morning with a very strong finish, actually outmatching the British crew that was out in front for a long part of the race before them. It came up into the last 500 meters where the Czech Republic really pushed through the British there. But the Italians also holding on strongly there, and the British really have to look that they don't lose that second position to the Italians.
Exactly. As we saw the bow of Czechia looking at the British, keeping an eye on that boat. They should keep an eye on Italy as well, because, as we said a couple of times, they're strong in that last part. So I'm expecting Italy to get their final push as we run down the last 500 meters. They seem not to have a grip on Great Britain, who's just giving a push right now, getting inch by inch further into the Czech crew.
And meanwhile, the medalists of the young men double sculls are standing here preparing for the ceremony. And again, I see some great sportsmanship as they're all chatting about their race with smiles on their faces. And I think they're really looking forward to see the race of the 8 final coming up, since it's again Great Britain and Italy doing very well, although it's still the Czech boys who are actually in front.
It's actually the Czech and Great Britain now in front. I think those will be number 1 and 2 as we head down the last 300 meters. It's going to be very, very exciting, because Great Britain is now giving their push only 1 meter behind the Czechians.
Yeah, just a little look over his shoulder from the British bow there, making eye contact almost with the bow from Czechia, because they know that they're close. They can feel them probably inching forward next to them, and as they drift from the corners of their eyes, they know that they can only push harder on their legs to push it out until the finish line. And as the crowd is gathering here on the victory pontoon to get a better look here in the studio, we're also standing up to see what's going on the water.
I have a great view at it actually, and it's Great Britain that is now in front, and Czechia is reacting with a very strong sprint as well. This will be a very, very exciting.
A lot of cheering in the meanwhile from the crowd. The crowd's going wild, I would say, as these two crews are battling for that first place. Will it be the Czechs or will it be the British? It's going to be the Czechs. And
I'm not sure. It's a question of timing.
Yeah.
I think
I
there's
think
no
it's
difference in the speed, but just the timing of the
timing
stroke.
of the stroke, exactly. The British were just moving forward at the finish, and the Czechs were actually moving towards the drive. They were driving through the finish, which gave them just that speed they needed to get the tip ahead of the British. So it's the Czechs in first place, British very well done, but the second place. And then I didn't actually see, but I think it was the Italians in third place, I would say.
That's correct. Italy third place.
Yeah.
We're looking at the time team. It's taking a little while. It looks like
5:55 for Czechia here.
Wow.
Very strong.
Very solid
indeed.
race from the Czechs here, and what a great finish there.
Almost
Definitely
no
nice for the crowd to see such races coming by.
Yeah, there's an amazing crowd gathered here today, so that's great to see on this 2023 edition of the Coupe de la Jeunesse. We just got from the regatta organizing committee, Joost de Bruin. We got some messages that there has been a shift in the setup of some of the rowers. So as a tip, we should read the names from our master regatta time team system, and then we have the original names. All right. Yes, we're going to start with another medal ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse for the junior men's double sculls will be presented by Sabine Horvat, delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse Switzerland, and Marco Blauhoff, president of the organizing committee. What an amazing national anthem. Please applaud the medalists. Thank you.
Is actually represented by someone whose name I'm going to find very soon, but it's actually more difficult than I hoped it would be. Marta Gonano here in first place in the B final of the women's single sculls. And as we say that, the video registration seems to be restoring at least a little, and we're having great views of the start finals. Of the A finals, where they're aligned. We find the next crews: Austria, Great Britain, Switzerland, I should say, France, Ireland, and Belgium, and their blades are covered, so they're about to start off in the A finals of
They actually started. I see some very different starting styles, where Ireland is putting in a lot of back, while the French are putting it all in the legs at the front. So very different styles of starting away.
Our technical issues have been resolved. I'm glad to hear this morning in the heat of the women's single sculls, we had Eléa Cloutier from France rowing a very fast set, but not as fast as the rower from Switzerland, Lotta Plock. Also, Great Britain is rowing quite fast there this morning. So all eyes on them in the front. It's indeed France with a very solid start here, but Switzerland already seems to be a bit faster. And Tom, can you tell us about the other crews out there?
Yeah, I'm not ready yet. I'm still pedaling towards the race. I'll be with you in 2 minutes.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Then by now we'll just have to do with some backlighting, and we're seeing at least Switzerland, I dare say, is out well in front. And Great Britain, I see some white blades coming out towards us, which usually indicates that Great Britain is doing some good work there in the front of the race. But Switzerland with a good start here in the women's single sculls.
In the meantime, we'll get a good view from the ivory tower on the B finals. It's still Poland ahead, I would say. And the sun is actually coming through. We have a bit of a Dutch summer here, which we're not very used to anymore due to climate warming. But
yeah, maybe there is a gold medal in it for Swedes, but I think Austria is looking very comfortable, very stable, so I don't think she will give this away.
I would definitely a comfortable lead by Austria, and as she's moving towards the finish, I don't think she's going to give it away anymore. She's handling the waves here
No.
very well.
She's not Sinterklaas, so she's not going to give away anything here. I can clearly see here from the victory pontoon that she is in a comfortable lead, and yeah, with her hair in a ponytail, flapping around, building on that lead even more. We can see that the Swiss boat is falling behind a little bit. I don't think it's going to be enough to give away the second position to Great Britain, but really see that the 2 kilometers took their toll there.
Yeah, not too much sprinting here towards the finish. Most rowers just give it a solid race, but it's Austria in first place, Switzerland going for second, and Great Britain with a third place. And I see hands going up with Austria, but also Switzerland seems to be very happy with her race. Very well done, girls.
Yeah, and I just walked downstairs as we were bragging about all our safety systems in place to assure constant coverage online. I had to switch to some extra power for our live stream laptop.
Actually, I took a little look on YouTube, and everything seems to be coming through just
Very
fine
well
there.
now, actually.
So
Yes,
that's
that
a good
is
thing.
correct.
When I was walking here on the field, there were some very enthusiastic Polish supporters, and they asked me to give a shout out to one of the sisters of the Polish equipe here. So yeah, that has been fulfilled right now. Shout out to you, whoever is watching from Poland, to the Coupe de la Jeunesse 2023.
We're gonna have to go through to our to the next crews that are lining up for the ceremony. It's the men's double or men's quads, sorry, who are aligned now here for the official ceremony. So Martijn, maybe if you can do some of the music preparations here. Then hereby the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse for the men's quads. It will be presented by Asunción Lorient, delegation of the Coupe de la Jeunesse Spain, and I pronounce that French, I know. Antonio Giuntini, Vice President of the Italian Rowing Federation. And here in the men's quadruple sculls, the junior men's quadruple sculls on the Coupe de la Jeunesse, the bronze medal was won by Italy. And Italy was represented by Lorenzo Serafino. Andrea Sigala. Emanuele Marconi. And Jacopo Gregolini. The winners of the silver medal in the men's quadruple sculls, Great Britain. Represented by James Harlow. And Elliot Donovan Davies. Hector Downs. And Jerry Anderson. The winners of the gold medal of the quadruple sculls, Czechia. represented by Tomáš Vopat. And Matej Smejkal. And Miroslav Vokalek. And Marek Chlebun. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Czechia. Please applaud for the medalists.
We are the champions, my friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
And in the meantime, the young women's double sculls B final has started off with Sweden, Portugal, Italy, Belgium, Spain, and the Netherlands. And they're almost at 500 meters, which means we have almost have them inside Tijdsresultaten in the A final. In the meantime, it's also just started off.
Yeah, and this morning we saw some great rowing from the British, but also the Danish were very well represented in these double sculls. And as we see from the first images of the start, the French are not doing so bad either. And they're out in front. It seems to be the British, followed by the Swiss. And I think it might be Denmark there in the far lane, also doing very well. And Tom, you might be very close by to either of the B or the A finals. Tell us.
Well, right now I'm exactly in between two races because of the medal ceremony. Biked a long way with the B finals, with Italy leading this race. Certainly, we'll be securing that first position in the B finals. Now heading towards the A finals.
What we can see so far from the A finals is the Swiss are showing off some very high-paced rowing. Just getting the pace a bit higher than the rest of the crews, and that doesn't lay them wind eggs because they're actually in front of them by a bit, not too much. It's the number 3 and 4 which are actually joining along. We're talking about Great Britain and France, but it's Swiss so far ahead in the A final, and the B final is almost at the finish line. They're just passing on the 250 meter line. And for what I can see, it's Italy ahead at this B final.
Yeah, I'm actually right on time back here at the Victory Pontoon to make sure that whatever you're saying is actually truth. And I think you're right, right, Martin. I see the nice blue, what's it called? Pakje?
The uni or unitard long.
Unitard. That sounds like a very weird, strange word, but you're probably right. And it's indeed Italy had a very comfortable lead. But I think what's way more exciting is the second place. Who is going to bag the second place here? And I think it's currently, this is Spain, I believe.
Yeah,
Spain,
definitely
second place.
Spain, but Belgium is close by there, and that is confusing color
but wait,
schemes.
here in lane 2, there's a pretty good finishing sprint here. I can't see
Portugal
it.
there.
You can.
Belgium seems to have a nice finishing sprint here, which gives them a second place in the B final. And I couldn't see who got the third place at this B final, whether it was Belgium or Spain or Portugal.
Yeah.
I think it was a photo finish between these two crews. But in the meantime, the A final is still going on, and I'm wondering whether Tom has a good vision on them.
Yeah, so we just entered the middle section of the A final with France, who just overtook Swiss for the first place. Swiss fighting back here. Great Britain is still in the race as well. Actually, on the far end, let me see. On the far end, we got Poland as well. If I'm correctly, is that Poland? No, that's
I don't
Austria.
think so.
That's Austria. I'm sorry. Yeah, all picking up with the front of the field. Now France is doing a push again under the 1,000 meter mark and securing their first position.
Yes, definitely. It's still France with Clara Bresson and Valentine Chipot, who are having a solid first place here, and they're actually one boat ahead, it seems, on the British and Switzerland.
Yeah, we've been discussing the strength of the British crews all morning, but in the A finals it seems like they can't always capitalize on the head starts they made for themselves in the morning, and that is also some of the changeability here in the young women's double sculls that is seen in other disciplines as well. It's the French leading here. They came in second, just shy of a second after the Swiss in their heat this morning. But they're doing very well there out in the field. Solid strokes, very long, very well put together also. I think the rowing from Switzerland is also worth mentioning. Very well timed movements of the hands to the back there. In the double sculls, it's important to really find two rowers that click together, that have anything, that don't have to talk about what they're going to do, and that really feel each other's movements in the boat, Martijn.
Yeah, we discussed it earlier on that these rowers are relatively unexperienced. It's probably their first show on international theater, and for the British they're doing a really great job, but they had some better results in this morning's races, and it's unfortunate for them that their results are a bit less in the afternoon.
Yeah, so as we're crossing the 1500 meter mark, we see that Swiss has a bit fallen behind now, and it's Czechia that's taking the lead now. Well, not taking the lead, but taking over the first place from Great Britain. It seems France is giving. Yeah, they're having a hard time keeping up with the push, responding to the push of Great Britain and Czechia.
Yeah, so still the French out in the lead, followed by Great Britain and Czechia. Denmark also in this race, a very strong race from them this morning, so I've been expecting them to come and look around the corner to see what they can do, what they can make out in this front of the race. But it's Czechia who's moving fastest now on the water, it seems.
Indeed, Czechia who's overtaking the British and who's about to overtake the French.
Well, it's actually the British that has overtaken France right now for first position, and Czechia that is about to overtake the French if they do not respond. A very strong middle section of the British crew. Now I'm curious about how they're gonna finish this race, but we'll head over to Boris at the Victory Pontoon and see what you think.
Absolutely, reporting live from Studio Victory Pontoon. And it's indeed very exciting. Can you guys please remind me who's in lane 3?
It's Great Britain. We have French, Great Britain, and
we've seen a lot from Great Britain today already, of course. But as a good Dutch expression is, they're not gonna let them eat the cheese of their bread, because all the way in the far lane, if I believe Czechia, they are still fighting to keep contact with that British boat, but it's too little too late, I think. And even a second position can be lost here.
I'm standing up to have a good view of the race, but it seems to me that the British finally really took off and they're about to have a first place there. And it's even a photo finish between not Switzerland, but between
Denmark.
Denmark and Czechia. Denmark we've not been talking about so much, but Denmark have been really pushing through in the last 500 meters, and I can't tell you right now who's in second and who went in third at the finish, but we have to wait for Time Team. Time Team is also not very helpful so far. I think they will have to look at a photo.
The results just came in. Czechia second place.
But it's not fully...
it's not official yet.
Not official yet, so we...
Please mind also that there's probably going to be another victory ceremony, so make yourselves ready for that. Actually, fun fact, I was standing here on the victory pontoon and I thought I was going crazy because I keep hearing all these cowbells around me. I hear cowbells left, right, and I was like, where the hell is this coming from? But it's the great supporters from Switzerland who are swinging their Swiss Alp cowbells here and actually cheering on their crews this way. Very original.
Yes,
I can hear
we're about to get started with the next medal ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse Young Men Single Sculls.
Young women's
single sculls, I'm sorry. And the medals will be presented by Philippe Lot, delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse France, accompanied by Bas Labordu, logistics consultant, Coupe de la Jeunesse. And the winner of the bronze medal is Great Britain, represented by Ella Fullman. And the winner of the silver medal is Switzerland, represented by Lotta Plock. And the winner of the gold medal is Austria, represented by Maria Hauser. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Switzerland, Austria. Ladies and gentlemen, give a big applause for the medalists.
My friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
And we're on to the women's double, or the women's quadruple sculls, that is, and we're looking at images from the Irish crew there out in the front of this heat, or the B finals. We're still looking at solid rowing there from the Irish competitors, off in front to the Danish out in second place in the B final, and there the crew in lane 1, the Netherlands in third. And Tom, I believe you might be exactly in the middle of two races again, aren't you?
Well, I'm actually at the B final still, so
Amazing.
I can tell what is going on. But I have nothing more to say, Ty. It's exactly what you told. It's Ireland in front here, Denmark second. We just crossed the 1,000 meter mark, and it's Denmark pushing for that first place. After that come the Netherlands and Norway.
And what do you think of the rowing here in the B final, Tom?
What I think of the rowing, I think it is actually from Denmark. They're pushing now really hard. That looks very strong. While Ireland is just, it looks a bit more forced. They're trying to react to Denmark here, and I'm wondering if if they will succeed in that.
Yeah, I agree. It's looking a little forced, but no matter of the boat speed, because still the Irish out in front in this B final. We're out looking at the start of the A final, where everyone's lined up perfectly now. So they're about to start the A final of the women's quadruple sculls, and that must be some excitement on the water. Big boats, big speed, a lot of oars. This is going to move fast towards us here.
Yeah, I'm very excited, Ty, so I'm heading back as fast as I can.
Yeah, as fast as your legs can carry you, you should go to that A final. The blades are covered, the first stroke has been made, and off they are. And it seems to be Italy out in front. Martijn, maybe you can tell us a bit more about this quadruple sculls A final. But it might also be France there a bit closer. I think Italy and France both have a good start, judging from the images that are coming through now.
Yeah, it's hard because the images seem to be a login screen, but we're back.
There are
to the
about
race now.
75 images to the right of you, where you can see actually everything that's going on the course.
Well, it seems to be France who's doing a really good job. I see a clean catch, at least. A bit of a hard time, though, at the finish. Bit of a downward movement, which could result in less balance in the boat, but the Swiss also seems to have a really good start.
Yeah, locking into the archives there, the paper archives, known from Martijn Koopman, our archival expert. We do everything on paper here, a very analog database that we're consulting every time we say anything about the rowers. Out in front here, the British quadruple sculls now moved through the French that were out in front in a bit before. The Swiss crew also doing very well, just followed by the Italians. Quick mention of the B final, where the Danish have now officially moved through the Irish and are going to finish first in the B final. This is a good start for this Danish quadruple sculls, trying to make up for losing or missing out on the A finals. Some very solid rowing there from the Danish in this B final.
And a lot of speed in these boats here at B finals, so that's very promising for the A finals. Actually, if the B finals already produce so much speed, I'm very excited for what's coming up in those A finals. And it's still the British which are ahead of the Swiss crew, but the Swiss are definitely not going to let them eat their cheese off the bread, like Boris already said.
Yeah, they're going to put the fire next to the shins. As we're looking at a time team login screen again from the Luder Video Committee. That's always nice. Hopefully they also have some time team from themselves. but we are not afraid to be their eyes and ears here in the Ivory Tower. So we're still looking at that race, and currently it's still Great Britain who are at the lead, lane 5, followed by lane 4 actually, by the Swiss, and it's very exciting. I think Tom can tell more.
Yeah, I actually can. It's indeed Great Britain and Swiss here wrestling for that first place. Excuse me. And in the far lane, in lane 2, we have Czechia already, trying to hold that third position here. Actually, we see Swiss now making their move on the Britons as we cross the 1,000 meter mark.
Yes, it's the Czechs again, which we didn't talk so much about at the early start of the race, but they're really coming up here. They're really pushing against those British and Swiss crews, and I'm wondering if they can actually make it a bit harder for them at the finish line. But the Czechs again with a bit of a bad start, but come back at the middle of the race.
Yeah, we've seen that the Czechs are capable of putting the fire at the chins in the middle section. Actually, they have a really strong middle section, and they're showcasing that right now with making their move on Swiss and Great Britain there.
So Czech rowing seems to be very comfortable of endurance rowing, but it's still the British ahead of the Swiss. Although the Swiss seem to do a little push here just after the 1,000 meters, famous position I guess for a push, and I'm not sure whether the British are still ahead of the Swiss though.
They are ahead, but it's coming down to inches now with the Swiss and their push. It seemed to be successful.
It's indeed very exciting here, even from the live footage from the Jeunesse who's driving at a steady 15-16 kilometers an hour next to these ladies, and it's indeed the Czech. They are maintaining contact with the Swiss boat as well, and ever so slightly I see them inching forward, if I'm not mistaken, from the live footage here.
Yeah, they just dropped. The Polish crew was trying to come along with the Czech crew, but it wasn't enough for them. It's the Czechs who remain in contact with the first and the second place, and I think it could be a really tight race. They're just coming across the bridge on the 500 meter line, which means they're about to get started on their final sprint.
Yeah, nice. Go ahead, Tom.
I'm sorry. I think the British and and Switzerland are paying attention to each other, and it could be in favor of the Czechs, who are far in lane 2. But at the moment, Great Britain is really fighting to keep their first position.
Yeah, that's exactly what we can see here as well. It's a matter of inches or maybe a foot or so of lead that they have on the Swiss. But right now the Swiss, I think they have found some power again, and they are trying to inch it over that boat from the Britons. And from the left-hand corner, I can see the front of the Czech boat coming closer as well. And this is going to be some spectacular racing towards the end, as these crews are barreling down the forest lane here, or the Bosbaan as we'd say.
Yes, the crowd is moving to the medalist platoon to see what we were talking about so much, this exciting race which is coming by, and I'm wondering whether it will be enough for the British.
I see jumping around. I can hear the cowbells from the Swiss here in the finish tower to cheer them on. And I think that might be that little extra fanaticism that they might need, because as they're coming down here towards the finish line, it can be anybody's guess who.
Yeah, but here comes Czechia with their final sprint, and they're going to overtake the British here in the last meters.
Czechs really pushing off a final sprint.
Wow!
And this is very exciting, yes. And I think it's the Czech who actually took the first place here in the last 250 meters, and the British will have to do with a second place. And although the Switch girls were actually ahead of the British at some point in the race there, they seem to be very happy with the third place. But it's the Czech Republic who put off an awesome final sprint here at the Coupe de la Jeunesse. Amazing, and I just heard that the organization wants to push on with the next medal ceremony. So
yeah, go ahead.
I'll go ahead, and it's actually There we go. It's the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse, and we're going to look at the young women double sculls. And the medals will be presented by Michael Zwalen, which is the technical advisor for the Coupe de la Jeunesse. And he's accompanied by Minke Fischer, president of the organizing committee. And the winner of the bronze medal is Denmark, represented by Caroline Borg ter Kelsen. And Frida Werner Voldager. And the winner of the silver medal is Czechia, represented by Susanna Strandova. And Alena Dankova. And the winner of the gold medal is Great Britain, represented by Catherine Burton. And Mia Lawrence. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Great Britain. Give a big applaud for the medalists.
And we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
And
We're going to the next race,
going
aren't we?
to the next race, but I don't see so much racing on the water now.
Not yet, but I see some pairs lining up.
There's definitely some pairs lining up. I wonder where we'll get started with the medal ceremony for the women's double sculls. Fours.
Boris now starting one of his favorite songs. We got the Italians lining up first. Maybe that's a good sign for how they're going to perform on the water later. We got some nice imagery of the shrubbery where the
To be
officials are
honest,
hiding in.
I mean, to be honest, I'd love another Italian win, just because of that amazing anthem.
Forza Italia.
Forza Italia, indeed, indeed. I think we all have a little soft spot for the Italian crews here, so to say. Also,
They've been performing very well so far.
yeah, it's that finishing sprint that that they're pulling off every time. Maybe sometimes they need to do it a little bit sooner, but still, quite amazing feat of.
Very solid rowing from the
yeah, I
Italian
mean-
crews so far.
Where do they usually row if they row in Italy? Do you know?
Varese.
They train on the lakes. They have a couple of beautiful lakes, which are very nice to row on.
You ever been there?
No,
No.
but I've
You,
seen the
Ty?
pictures.
I've been at some Italian lakes, but I don't say I have had the honor of rowing.
I
on
would
them.
say the same.
Maybe they should invite us next time.
They should actually.
Studio Lakebaan or whatever.
.it.
Lago. Studio Lago
Lago.
di Bano. Something like that.
Lagovano.
Very good. Well, after some more shameless self-promoting, it's time to start looking at this next race.
Yeah, let's see who are lined up, because we just saw the Italians there lining up for us. But I
Click
think
on
we
live.
got
Oh, yeah, nice.
the next one up there. And then if you click through here, you
Oh.
can get some background information.
That's
on
In the
really good.
meantime, it's
It's a
the
very
British
good
on the
system.
It almost looks
Honor
like we're
platoon.
1630.
who seem to be very happy with their medal. There's some hugging, a lot of hugging actually, a lot of
That
happy
is.
faces.
That's
They
good.
are
We're very
put on
glad
the
to see
picture
that. I
right
mean,
now.
The,
It's-
the
they're-
young women's
Junior
pairs.
women's. It's actually the J is not for young in Dutch.
It's
but
not their
it's-
rapper name.
No, it's not young women's.
Call me Young Italy
Call
on
me-
the on the mic.
Young Italy behind the mic and the wheels of steel. But here, Italy in lane 1 followed lane 2, Spain.
Maybe it's
Lane-
even junior actually, if it's not young.
That's what I
maybe.
said.
That is what you
That's
said.
what I said. Junior, it's junior women's.
It's actually very difficult for me to interact with other humans because I usually don't listen to what they say.
No, yeah, that's becoming more and more apparent, Ty. And I think Tom is also not to be forgotten. Our B100.
Lost in the field.
B100 on the bike, and he'll be glad to hear that there's how many races are we still gonna have? It's only a couple, right? It's,
I think we're going till about 5:15.
quarter
today.
past. Yeah. And I'm now looking at Sunday, so we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 more races. Five more races, Ty,
That means
and
it's
then
almost over.
it's almost finished. And then I think it's time for a little celebration of our own. And
A little celebratory ending to this day.
we were talking about this. Thanks. So
Yeah.
Italy, Spain, Great Britain, France, and Austria lining up here at the start of the 2 kilometer long forest trek here in Amsterdam. And it's
we
lights
have,
out and away they
but
go.
this start was not aligned. This was not good. I think they have to redo this because I saw that Spain was not away from the starting blocks as
Yeah,
the rest were. Yeah,
they've
there
stopped,
they go.
They've stopped rowing. Your eagle eyes literally see everything, Ty. So this was a false start.
It was a false start.
First one of the day.
First one of the day.
First
Yeah.
one of the day. Maybe someone was a little bit too trigger happy to get off the line there. This is of course, this is never nice, right? False start. It costs you
terrible.
starting energy. You need to realign. There's some delays here and there. It's you don't want this. It
Yeah.
happens, of course, but
Everyone's felt the pain of starting out brilliant and then having to redo it with a false start, and then
Yeah.
really the nerves start to sink in.
story of my life, Ty. So I know how they feel.
Exactly. So false start from Spain. I think we're going to see what the umpire has to say about that, and if they continue racing or if that they're disqualified. All of the crews are now backing up again.
Yeah.
They didn't go that far, which is good. They didn't even make it to the 100-meter mark there.
Putting the boat in R for race. Oh no, reverse of course. And let's not get confused here. Some shots. The umpires are going back into the shrubbery where they belong because
Maybe
they
they
have to
were,
do this whole start again. And I see everybody is looking at the big screen here. Here next to the victory pontoon to see if this time the start is going to be legitimate or not. But luckily I got Utah because
It seems like the Spanish are lining up again, so it might not have been them, or maybe the umpire has seen it through the fingers.
he stroke over his heart. As
He
they,
did actually, yeah.
As they say in Dutch. I think the people listening today will have had some
broad insight into the Dutch language and all the
Indeed.
beauty that is hidden within it.
all the beauty. We were asked to also do a little bit of Dutch commentary today, but I think we're going to stick to English. It's going quite
we
well.
kind of forgot about the Dutch.
Gaat wel lekker, zoals ze in het Nederlands zouden zeggen. Ja.
50% in Dutch and English. I think we might have to throw some French out of there to keep it
Oui,
international.
oui. Is France on the line? Yes. So if they win this one,
Yeah, that
We
is going to
will-
be a big one. Then
We will allow you to do the victory ceremony in French.
we're
Tij.
finally going to do the true cérémonie
De
protocolaire.
cérémonie protocolaire dans français. Ja, ook
They've
beter-
aligned quite fast. They're all good. What are we looking at now? People gathering here. I think we're going to have to stick with these finalists for a bit before we continue with this
They have to-
ceremony. But we're going to have to wait on the cue we get from the bosses downstairs.
Yeah, I think we're waiting until this. Yeah, we can go ahead.
Yeah, we got it there.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, wait. Do I have my paper here?
I think we do. In any case,
Oh, wait,
we're
it's
gonna
over
have to
here on the
see-
left.
Yeah, we got it. All our organization, as you guys
There it
know, is on paper.
I think we're looking at the junior
women's squads.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, sorry for this messy start. The medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse Junior Women's Quadruple Sculls will be presented by Per Helge Brunsvensen, the delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse Norway, and Bas Labordes, logistic consultant, Coupe de la Jeunesse. The bronze medal, winner of the bronze medal, Switzerland. Represented by Gil Rudolph. Emma Ming. Olivia Leunig. And Ilaria Moy. The silver medal winner is Great Britain. They are represented by Natasha Phillips. Annabelle Rayner. Katie Breeze. And Yasmin Howe. And the winner of the gold medal, Czechia, Czech Republic. Of course, represented by, bear with me people, Lenka Baldinusova. Gabriela Snopkova. Adela Mrakova. En Marketa Forajtova. Please stand, ladies and gentlemen, for the national anthem of the Czech Republic. Please applaud the medalists.
And we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
Yeah, no time for losers, but we're looking at the next race, and I'm starting to feel a little bit like a champion myself with this great hit song from Queen, as it's being played over and over again here. Good day. So we're looking at no, don't throw that one away.
That is very important, actually.
So
We're still looking at the
Martin
women's
actually,
pair.
threw
here.
away one of our essential paper archives. And yeah, looking at the women's pair here.
Let's
Indeed.
switch quickly to our reporter in the field. Tom, how's it going there? I see a French crew doing very well here.
Yeah, that's true. After the first start, walked into the soup. We now have had a really fast starting of the Spanish crew and the French crew. But the Spanish, as soon as the wind, the tailwind came up, they didn't seem, to be able to handle that. So they have fallen behind now, and it's the French fighting against Great Britain for the first place, and it's France in the lead now.
Yeah, the French looking very solid actually here in the lead. You can see those arms really stretching forward to get maximum length usage there, and also the drive is very long there in that French crew, especially the bow. You can see her riding all the way forward on her seat. They're in second place, the British, also with long strokes, but not as good a rhythm as the French, it seems. The Spanish still touching these boats, aren't they, Tom? But dropped very far behind from their first position out there at the start of this race. They're now coming on to the last 100 meter or so of this race. The French now with a very good lead on the British. And are going to go home with a gold medal if nothing bad happens to them. The British also still holding off the Spanish from that second position. The third medal is going to go to Spain, the bronze medal, I should say. There in far, it's Austria still battling on, and also here it seems the Italian crew, aren't they, Boris, here close by? Yes, it is the
correct.
blue of the Italians, but it's France off with a victory
I think
in the
your,
women's pair.
Your dying wish to do the ceremony.
It's gonna come true.
In French. It finally came through. I think this is what they wanted to give you. And let's wait a moment for them to turn around their boats towards the victory pontoon, and then polish up your French a little bit, and let's see how we're gonna do this. Yes, and almost the emergency tape from the Hocht 2021 was started, because if we stop talking, then it might happen that this is going to be played. We have, of course, the Luder Vido committee that's overseeing all of that. They have the emergency tape on standby, and the umpire here is flagging towards I think one of the Spanish boats to steer a little bit to the right.
What are we looking at?
What are we looking at? That's a good question, Martin. We're actually looking at
the
junior women's
coxless 4.
Yes,
Sweep
exactly.
rowing. Looking at the B final, which means we only have 3 crews competing.
France,
it
Spain,
seems
and Norway.
France, Spain, and Norway. It seems to me that France is having a firm lead on the other 2 crews, with very comfortable rowing, actually.
We haven't heard a lot from our raging reporter on the side for a while.
No, that's true, because the raging reporter is fighting against the wind, whereas all the crews have tailwind. I have to fight against it to get to the race, but now I'm closing in.
That's great to hear. Hopefully you're holding up strong there on the official Studio Boss bike, and we have full trust in you that you're able to keep that going.
And in the meantime, the sun really came through. It's the weather's getting really nice, which is also nice for the crowd. The crowd, which is getting bigger and bigger as we have more A finals coming through, and the Ivory Tower is also really starting to warm up here. Boris already took off a jacket, which is exceptional.
And what this B final concerns, we have a strong lead of France here. Yeah, look comfortable. They're not going to give that away. In the middle section, we got Spain and Norway. They're fighting for second place, but it's probably is done for the French. They will secure the first place.
Another victory. Yeah, although in the B final, of course. But I see Tijdsresultaten polishing up his French already for this ceremony protocolaire in a moment. The ladies here on the left-hand side turn their boat around, having their hair tightly knit in cornrows.
Tightly knit hair is really the
it's
fashion.
A new trend.
It's a new trend in rowing in the rowing community. I guess it gives you
Free speed.
more free speed.
And anywhere where you can acquire some free speed, we'd say please go for it. In terms of boat speed, of course, don't. I'm not going to even finish that sentence. If you're in the sun, don't forget that the sun is burning quite a lot. And please also don't forget to put on some sunblock. And we don't want people burning away.
It's actually the first time we got to mention that. But as our international listeners might not know, we're very big on dermatologic advice here at Studio Bosbaan.
Yes.
So please do apply some sunscreen if you're standing out there. Don't be fooled by the lack of sun all day through. It can burn you up. It's still summer. It might not look like it. But the strength of the sun is still more than enough to cause all kinds of trouble. So please do listen to the advice of Studio Bosbaan at all times.
The dermatological advice of Studio Forestier. And I think the rowers will actually be quite happy today with the conditions. Wouldn't you agree, Ty?
Oh yeah, it would actually be lovely to row out there with these forgiving conditions. Also very fast weather. We've seen some quads go or some crews go way under the 6-minute mark, which means that it's quite a fast weather. The Bosbaan actually one of the tracks where most world records were set, also with I believe Poznan in Poland. And here
you are a holder of 3 world records, right?
I am the holder of at least 3 world records, at least if you trust what I say to you.
Not per se in rowing, but just in general.
Just in general, yeah.
Exactly.
And in the meantime, the B final has crossed the 500-meter line with not so much changed, actually. It's still France in first position, and they're not going to give that away. And it's the women pairs which are coming alongside the victory platoon, I would say.
The honor float.
The honor float, and they're going to prepare themselves for their medal ceremony. They're handing out their flags of the different countries to the rowers.
And in the meanwhile, we started the A final of the quadruple skills, if I'm correct.
Yes, you are actually correct. It's the junior women's.
Not the sculls.
No, not sculls.
It's not the skills.
Fours.
I wasn't correct.
Oh yeah, no, just the fours.
You're looking at sweep rowing.
When in doubt, count the oars, Tom.
In doubt, count the oars.
When in doubt, count it out, and that will always help you in identifying what you're looking at.
Yeah, and as the B final is coming in through the last 150 meters of this race, the A finals are looking lined up there in the front with Austria, Poland, and in the back there, Great Britain fighting it out for the medals out in front. But it seems like Hungary cannot be ruled out of this race either. We've already talked about this 4. It's a very strong Hungarian 4. So wouldn't surprise me if they're competing for the medals too. France finishing here first in the B final of the women's 4s.
And so far Poland's doing a really good job in the A final with Alexandra, Kinga, Victoria and Sofia, who are pulling off a great start and who are ahead of the rest of the crews. Tom, do you have a clear sight of the A final already?
I have a clear sight of the A final as we are going through the 500-meter mark. Indeed, it's just Austria, Poland, and on the far side, Great Britain, just lined up for the first place. This is going to be an exciting final.
Austria really seems to push through. Tom, is that also what you can see?
Yeah, Austria is pushing through and trying to stay in front of the stampede here. The whole crowd all cheering for Austria that has now taken the lead. Britain is fighting Poland currently for second place. Poland responds very, very well. And in the back we have Hungary. What do we expect from Hungary?
Well, we expect a lot from Hungary, as I just heard from Thijs, since they had a good race this morning. And it's so nice to see a lot of changes in this race. First it was Poland who took the lead, now it's Austria who took over, but these crews are constantly battling each other for first, second and third place. And we cannot rule out the Dutch, as I would say.
Yeah, the Dutch are fallen a bit behind now. It's really up to Hungary, to Great Britain, to Poland, therefore to fight for the first place.
And as these crews are passing on the 1,000-meter line, it seems like Poland's doing a firm push as an answer to the earlier attack of the Austrian crew. And I'm wondering what this push will do. It's obviously a famous place to do a good push on 1,000 meters. A lot of crews doing a push on 1,000 meters. So you would expect some of that there.
Yeah,
And
definitely.
Poland doing very well with that push. It seems to generate a lot of speed in that boat, but still Austria out in front, Tom.
Well, actually, it's Poland in front now. They have passed by Austria, so it was indeed a very successful push, and which will give them a mental advantage. To see that middle section push working out well for them.
I'm looking a little bit towards Jan-Willem Landman here. I think we have to wait for this final to finish, right? Yes, he is nodding in approval, so that's good. So that means we can continue with this live coverage of the A final right here.
Very exciting.
Very exciting, yeah. It's lane 4, Poland, who are still taking the lead over here.
They
And
actually took over the lead from Hungary just a few meters ago.
the gift that keeps on giving.
And they really seem to have something else right now. It's really a push, which is not just a push, but it's very
So it's Hungary
Yeah,
moving in on
sustainable,
Great
it's a
Britain right now.
sustainable push.
sustainable push. Yes.
If you're talking about sustainability, you're talking about climate change, and climate change, we're talking about the poles on fire. And here the poles are definitely on fire, because this Polish crew is flying over the Bosbaan today. Aren't they, Tom?
Well, they are. They seem to be convinced of their first place. They are definitely trying to hold on to it. They see Austria coming as well. We see Hungary at the far end in lane 2 giving the push as well, trying to fight Great Britain, but they seem to weten het te pareren. And we have Austria here fighting for second place, because Great Britain is now making his move for second place.
You're kidding me.
You gotta be kidding me.
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm definitely not
Nothing
kidding. So they
is
took
real in
over the
this
second
world
place
anymore.
from Austria. Poland still in the lead.
Yeah, Poland is looking solid still there in the lead. Very strong oarsmanship there aboard the Polish crew. But the British are definitely on the move, and they're leaving Austria behind.
Well, I think they heard your comment, Tij, and the Poles have switched on the afterburners, it seems, and they're speeding down the straight here towards the finish line. And as you're saying, it's Tom, it's still very close between Britain and Hungary, right? Or Britain and
That's
Austria.
true. Britain, Hungary, and Austria are actually fighting for that second place. I think Hungary is coming up really fast now, inch by inch, trying to take over the bridge together with Austria. But Poland doesn't seem to mind. They are just finishing this race first.
Yeah, Poland doesn't acknowledge any of that at all. They're really sticking to their own plan in their heads and finishing off this race. It's becoming a bit rough here on the waters at the end, so you can see that in the blade work they're hitting some of the waves while going forward to the catch, but it doesn't seem to reduce any of the speeds of the boats.
No, and it's Poland who just finishes first and Great Britain second, and very exciting, but it's the Hungarians who actually took over the Austrians and went for a third place, so a bit of a surprise by Hungary, who kept contact throughout the race, but actually took over from the Austrians in the final part of the race. So well done, girls, but first place for Poland with Alexandra, Kinga, Victoria and Sofia.
Thank you very much, Martin. We're going to switch over to the medal ceremonies. Ladies and gentlemen,
Mesdames, messieurs,
the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse of the Junior Women's Pair.
de cérémonie des médailles pour le Coupe de la Jeunesse 2023 pour les quadruples sculls de la FEM.
Fem. The medals will be presented by
Les médailles présentées par
Gwenda Stevens, Secretary General of the Coupe de la Jeunesse, and Seyada van den Herik, President of the Dutch Rowing Federation. The winner of the bronze medal, Spain. They are represented today by Sofia Naboni Nevado and Sarah Naboni Nevado. The silver medal has been won by Great Britain, represented by Valentina Fenton and Mia Thompson.
Et finalement, les vainqueurs de la médaille d'or, la France. Représenté par Amy Brie et une autre sœur, Célia Brie. Célia Brie. Messieurs, dames, s'il vous plaît, l'attention pour l'hymne national de la France.
And a big applause for the medalists.
We are the champions, my friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
Yeah, we're headed right back to another race. I see no movement on the water, but the aligneurs have aligned a couple of crews for us. These are women's fours, and it seems like we're looking at a B final. No, it must be an A final because I see the bucket.
It's an A final.
riggering of the
It's
Great
only
Britain.
3 crews. It's the young women coxed 4 with 3 countries. It's Italy, France, and Great Britain. So again, I think 3 of the countries which have sent most of the crews here. It's Italian, France, and Great Britain have been sending a lot of crews to this Coupe de la Jeunesse, and they can fight it out here once more in the coxed 4 of the junior women's. They don't seem to be ready already. It's a bit of steering at the start, though the conditions are still very nice there.
Yeah, they're fair. The fairness committee has come by, and they think all is well.
I haven't seen Peter Floorn.
I haven't seen him either. I've only seen one of his great uncles, I think.
The blades are covered at the start, although I see a lot of blades who are half covered, so it might be something for the coaches to look at, but I think they're all ready for the
Italian crew is looking for a bit of a rocky start if they keep so unaligned there in the back especially, but it seems like the French and British are...
and it's very nice actually at what you can see at the screen now is that the wind is only coming up from after the 100 meters. So the first 100 meters are without any wind, so it's very nice starting conditions.
Yeah, the time to reflect on some memories from the past, but do you remember all the nerves that went through your bodies as you lay there on the starting line?
Definitely, and I think these juniors, they're actually competing at international level. That should bring some more attention, especially the first time for them, and I hope to see them, obviously I hope to see them more often at international regattas, but the first time at a certain level is always the most nerve-wracking. And they're off to a good start. Seems like the Italians are getting a head start, but it's hard to see. They also steer towards the line, but seem to recover from that fairly quickly.
The British again there with that cheeky bucket riggering, a starboard side bucket rigger.
Bucket riggering, something I just learned. It's always good to learn something, and learned that bucket riggering, what that is in English today.
Yeah,
but
free,
I think it's the Italians who are ahead of the other 2 crews. They tend to use a lot of back here. I think that's what we saw with the men as well. That
especially in a coxed heavy number like this, it takes a lot of power.
A lot more back than with the other smaller numbers.
Yeah, the subtlety, there's no room for subtlety in a boat like this. There's really only room for power, and it seems like the French are on their way to do that in the best way out of these 3 crews. I think our reporter on the bike might be close by there somewhere, hiding in the shrubbery with the officials. Tom, the French there out in front, just sneaking ahead, inching forward. How is it looking?
Yeah, that's exactly what you say, Ty. The French are taking the lead here by, I think by 2 meters. They're laying their boat in front of Great Britain. Looking very strong strokes, which is of course necessary in a shell like this with a cox. Bit slower number than we saw before with the coxless 4. But now is as we run through the 500 meter mark, we see Great Britain pushing their boat beside the French crew.
Yes, definitely. The crews are really tied together. It's definitely a good race, but it's the French who are still in the lead, and it's Great Britain who's now taken over the role from Italy of making it a hard race for the French.
Yeah, they definitely did. We see the blade work is getting a bit rougher because of the circumstances here. The wind is making a lot of waves. We see a lot of gespetter and gespater here and there. And that's
splishing and splashing, I think.
Splitting and splashing, of course. But that's part of racing. So where we had the quiet circumstances at the start of this race, we now have actually really rough circumstances, a tailwind, with some high waves as well. So we'll see which crew will be able to manage that best.
Yeah, luckily for these girls, they are bringing a coxswain, which usually gives some more stability to the boat. The weight of the coxswain, which is pushing down the boat a bit, which makes it more stable on the water. and the French are very good at.
Yeah, the French are on the move, and they're taking
They're
the
on the
British
move.
with them, but the British are definitely struggling with the water there. You can see their number 2 on the second to the bow seat really struggling over the waves. It's picking up as we discussed. The windless start that they endured just now is being overcompensated by a lot of windy conditions, very changeable conditions also here on the Bosbaan. It's known for some treacherous wind parts which can come out of nowhere. And make the rowing a bit difficult, but all the more exciting. And you can see that the French are handling it actually very well here.
They do actually. So the French, there is light between the boats now. The French pulled away from the British.
Yes, and typical for these type of boats is that the rate is a bit lower. We can see this with the girls here. I think the rate seems to be a lot lower than with double sculls, but the French are pulling off some really powerful strokes, long hanging on the arms, and it's exactly what you need in the more heavy 4.
Yeah, I think the studio DJ can line up the La Marseillaise once more because I think this French crew will take it home here in the women's Coxed 4, and that the British crew are not going to compete for the first place, but they do deserve a lot of praise because they're sticking on well despite them struggling a lot with the wavy waters there. They're having a lot of trouble steering over them, but they obviously got a lot of power and a lot of rhythm there in the boat to, despite these little hiccups, to move the boat through the water in quite an impressive pace still.
Yeah, and these French girls might feel inspired by some of their crewmates who already passed by and actually took some of the medals home, and they saw that and they thought, I want this as well. So that's exactly what inspires them to pull off such a good race here today.
So Great Britain seems to have found their rhythm again, and now closing in on France. There's overlap between the boats. They managed to put a boat beside them as we head under the 1500 meter mark. And now, with some really strong strokes here, declining that. I'm sorry, they're.
Yes, the British who actually just increased their rate of rowing as they passed on the 500 meters, and they thought that start an early finishing sprint, and that's exactly what you need to surprise the other crews, an early finishing sprint. And I think for junior crews like this, doing a 500 meter finishing sprint, that's quite tough to do. But they're actually pulling it off, the British here, and this might bring some more excitement to this race here.
Yeah, the body language in that British boat is really screaming that they're tired, and that they're struggling also a little, whereas the French still look quite confident and quite well prepared for what's coming next. Yes, definitely exciting to see what's going to happen now, but I think the French have got it in the bag just because of the control they show on the water here.
Yeah, and as the sun is lowering down, it's hard to see which crew is ahead of each other. It still seems to me that it's the French who are still in first place, and I can't see if the Italians are actually still in the race for a second place.
I think they are, because I think the British really have to watch catching a crab somewhere soon here.
The British are actually seem to be coming out of the water with their blades very often at the finish, and that's not so good for the speed of the boat. There's a lot of backswing. It's the French who really take off again in the last 250 meters, and I think it's the British who are going to take home the second place.
Yeah, it's the French who come in first, followed by the British, followed there by the Italians. The British really solid rhythm all throughout the race, but struggling with the somewhat difficult circumstances where the French showed some a lot of maneuverability over the water. And we're going to switch on to a next ceremony where we have the next crews here lined up for us. It's the women's fours.
Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, please attend here the medal ceremony of the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse of the Junior Women's Four. The medals will be presented by Michael Zwalen, Technical Advisor of the Coupe de la Jeunesse, and Marco Blauhoff, president of the organizing committee. The bronze medal was won by Hungary and represented by, again, bear with me for this one, Blanka Napsugar-Szabo. Dorka Szabo. Dora Rebecca Zente. And Sonja Bakdax. The silver medal won by Great Britain and represented by Emily Simmons. Alice Stepley. Harriet Noyes. And Magdalene McGuinness. Winner of the gold medal, Poland, represented by Aleksandra Miazgowska. Kinga Stalega. Victoria Karolina Lewandowska. And Sofia Przebmoyska. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of Poland. Sorry, what?
Het is niet het goede...
Jawel, ja,
nee,
it's
kan
literally
niet.
yep, Poland. It says it right here. On the screen. What?
Boris, kun jij ondertussen mijn geluid even uitdraaien?
Ja.
Mijn batterij is bijna leeg.
Better? Sincerest apologies. Thank you very much. Please applaud the medalists. And our sincerest apologies. We will send a letter to the Spotify owner of the wrong national anthem of Poland. Hopefully we corrected it in the right way. And yeah, enjoy your gold medal. Let's see.
Yeah, we're lining up for the eights.
We're letting go for the 8s, but not
Which
after
is-
we've done the last one. We're the champions. Yes.
Champions, my friends. And we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions.
Tom, als je wil, kan je nog gewoon blijven fietsen, want je redt het wel met de batterij. Het is de laatste race ongeveer. Dus ja.
Oké, ja, ik was nu al onderweg terug. Zoals mij,
Waar ben je nu dan?
Kijk, ik ben nu bij de 250 meter. Dus ik kom terug naar de finish toe.
Nee, wacht maar even tot de laatste is.
Yeah, because we're gonna go to the 8s, and I believe we're starting out with the B final of the men's 8s. I'm just gonna grab here our administration papers, and the junior men's 8A final we're gonna go to, and they're aligned France, Italy, Great Britain, Czechia, Switzerland, Austria, and I believe this morning we've seen some amazing rowing from these crews.
And maybe good to know for the rest of the people out there, this is the last race we're going to see today. So we're finishing off with some of the men's 8.
Yeah, this morning we saw some very fast rowing from these crews, especially from the crew from Czechia with a time of 5.
Yeah, that was a blistering
45
speed.
was
Blistering
blasted over the Bosbaan.
Yeah, so this is what we discussed this morning, right? We had some interesting times. I think the favorites here are indeed the Czech Republic, followed by what was the other crew? It was
They were actually followed by Italy very
Italy,
close by.
right? Yeah, and it's lights out, and away we go for the last race of the Saturday Coupe de la Jeunesse 2023. And what an amazing start right off the bat here. The boats are away, and it seems actually maybe Austria even in lane 6, he was off of a really good start.
So are the Italians, leaving the British behind quite a bit. And as you can see from the live imagery, focusing now on the British crew, but we can see also that the crew from Switzerland is doing quite well, staying there with the rest of the crews. And now aligned Austria, indeed, as you said already, in first place, striding through just ever so slightly. But they are aligned together with at least 2 other crews, which is going to make it a very exciting race to watch. And maybe we can switch over to the side view of these crews so we can get a bit of an overview of how these boats are aligned together.
Yeah, let's hope so, that they can switch to the Jerris Hilton side view here at the live video committee, because that would greatly help us with our commentary. Yes, and there they are. That's the good stuff.
It seems to me that it's the Czech Republic, which
Yes.
is actually ahead of the other crews already
favorites.
by I think almost a quarter of the boat. But let's not count out the French there
Let's
on the
not
far bout.
Let's not count
Yeah,
our
the
chickens before they've hatched. Finally, a proper English phrase instead of our wrongly used Dutch ones. But Czech Republic favorites here are in the lead, and actually closely followed by Britain and Austria. Right? I hope Tom is also almost on location.
I'm almost there, and as we see with the 8s, they're moving really, really fast. So faster towards me than I towards them. So I'll be there in 1 minute.
Nice. We'll keep it here. Martin, what do you think?
Yes, it's still the Czechs which are showing off a really good race so far. They've 2 persons ahead of the rest of the crews, and they're actually making more distance, getting more distance from the rest of the crews. And I think their rowing also is it's very synchronized. It's very strong with not too much back. It's very much in the front of the stroke, very much in front of the stroke.
The beginning of the stroke.
Beginning of the
It
stroke.
doesn't begin or
Yes.
end, does
Yeah,
it?
no,
just
it does
continue.
not.
It's a loop. It's an amazing part of the rowing experience, this circular motion that everyone's trying to perfect. But the crew from Czechia is doing that in a very, very good way. Actually, the British are sticking in close to the Czech Republic
Yeah, they
there, and
do.
also the Italians.
They do, Ty. Actually, as you can hear, there's a lot of screaming going on here. I can barely hear myself, but it's Czechia taking the lead here, and Great Britain closing in very, very fast with Italy and Austria also in for first place.
Yeah, it's still, sorry, we were having a little bit of an interruption here in the finished hour, but we're watching the Czech Republic dominating here in the men's eights, leaving the British now also behind, and them together, the rest of the field. Do you think, Tom, that the Italians have anything to say still for the medals in this race?
Well, it's hard to tell at the moment. We know they have a strong last part. The British are strong as well. And Czechia, yeah, they have shown to be the best at the heats with a 5:45, which is really fast. But yeah, I'm curious about what the Italians and what the Austrians in lane 6 will do in the last 500 meters that we are closing in now.
I wished I would ever have rowed a 5:45 as a senior rower, but these junior rowers, they're just pulling it off. And you can see that the conditions are toughening up, especially after the first 1,000 meters. There are more waves, and the crews are starting to get more trouble with those waves. You see some blades hitting the water actually. And from now on, it also is a race which depends on whether your crew can handle this kind of weather conditions. But it's the Czechs and the Britons which are still handling it very well so far.
Yeah, so Italy have fallen behind a bit now. Austria, yeah, clamping to that third place, and it's between Great Britain and Czechia to fight for that first position, that gold medal.
Yeah, Czechia rowing very solid here. The movements all throughout the boat are actually very well synchronized. These guys have done some work together to get this crew to move as fast as they can over the water. And I'm interested to see what their whole process towards this race has been. But it's definitely worked out for them. Together with the British, they've really moved out of the field, and I don't see anyone coming near the silver or gold medal today. For the bronze thereafter, it's going to be a bit more exciting, because I think the Austrians can make some difficult moves for the Italians still, even though the Italians have progressed their lead a bit.
And as the last race is coming by, the last race of the day, it's the Czechs who are really pulling it off here. There's no doubt they're going to go away with the first place, and the Britons who are taking off the second place here. What a speed. And the Italians who take off their third place and get another medal.
Wow.
Hands go in the air by most of the crews. Britons are a bit disappointed. The Czechs really done well.
Really happy. What a display of power here by the Czech Republic, and what a finisher of the first day of the Coupe de la Jeunesse. I think amazing day with amazing rowing, and we are not completely done yet, because what a time here as well. We'll when we get the latest times over Time Team, we'll get them to you straight away, because this is going to be blistering speed 5:42 by the Czech Republic here on the 2 kilometer straight.
Those boys have really deserved their medal. The legs go in the water. They need to cool down, even though it's not so warm here. They've put all their energy in the race, and they're overheated now. They want to cool down a bit. Legs go in the water, and we'll be happy to receive them here at the ceremony in just a couple of minutes.
Yes, we'll prepare, and we'll wait for everybody to be prepared downstairs as well, and then yeah, we'll take it away for you guys.
Yeah, for our listeners on the live stream, this was the last race of the day. Thank you all for tuning in today at Studio Bosbaan.be and on YouTube. We'll be back with more races tomorrow.
Yeah.
And now we'll switch to Boris Lang for the official ceremony for the winners.
Yeah, and indeed, tomorrow 8:20, the rowing is gonna start again here tomorrow. Yeah, taking a look. All right, here we go. So, ladies and gentlemen, the medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse Junior Women's Coxed 4. The medals will be presented by Richard Dennis, delegate of the Coupe de la Jeunesse in Great Britain, and Lisbeth Driest, president of the Amsterdam Rowing Federation. The winner of the bronze medal, Italy. And they are represented by Lucia Romanelli. What? What? What else?
There's no third. It's Great Britain. Only second and first.
Oh, apologies. So, Great Britain, silver medal, Great Britain, represented by Matilda McCartney. Jessica, Emily Shaw. Maya Bentley. Chloe Hunter. And Fleur Blaze. The winner of the gold medal is France. They are represented today by Adèle Panier. Jessica Ravoire. Elise Brohan. Hezekia Perron. And Baya Rocher-Hugue. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of France. Please applaud the medalist. Thank you. ook allemaal één.
Good shift, boys.
We're about to get started with the medal ceremony. The boys are lining up right now. The medal ceremony for the 2023 Coupe de la Jeunesse Junior Men's 8. And the medals will be presented by Gary Harris, President of the Coupe de la Jeunesse, accompanied by Ronald Florijn, Olympic champion in 1988 and 1996, and former junior head coach of the Dutch Rowing Federation. And the winner of the bronze medal is Italy, represented by Lorenzo Brega. And Lorenzo Carasano. And Tommaso Cinquintini. And Lorenzo Craco. And Davide Di Ghioscia. And Christian Maineri. And Tommaso Morello. And Lorenzo Osola. And last but not least, Lorenzo Vanchi. And the winner of the silver medal is Great Britain, represented by Inigo Shurok. And Luke Baika. And the next is Connor Woods. And Samuel Lunis. And Finlay Worthington. Next is Callan Wallace. And Samuel Fowley. And Adam Fowler. And last but not least, Alexander Coombs. And the winner of the gold medal is Czech Republic, represented by Pavel Pavluzek. And Christoph Makura. And Lukas Suchanek. And next is Lukas Zadat. And Jacob Sirujek. And Lukas Sirovatka. And we have Philip Hajek. And Maxim Kalina. And last but not least, Susanna Fabrushkova. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the national anthem of the Czech Republic. Please give a big applause for the medalist of the Junior Men's 8.
I've had my share of fat kicks in my face, but I've come through. I need to go on. We are the champions, my friends, and we'll keep on fighting till the end. We are the champions. We are the champions. No time for losers, 'cause we are the champions of the world.
Yeah, and that concludes the first day of the Coupe de la Jeunesse 2023. I'd like to thank you all very much for joining here today, for listening on the live stream on YouTube or on studiobosbaan.be. It was an absolute pleasure for us here at the studio. My name was Boris Lamp. Next to me, Thijs Steenvoorde, Tom Stikvoort, and Martijn Koopman. We've been providing commentary all day for you guys, and we'll be back tomorrow. Also, behind the scenes, Joost de Bruin, making sure that everything works smoothly. One last announcement for everybody that helped here today, the vrijwilligers or the volunteers. You are invited to join us at the Sociëteit at the clubhouse of Okeanos for some food and drinks, etc. Dus ook nog even in het Nederlands. Heb je vandaag geholpen? Ben jij een vrijwilliger? Kom dan even naar de Sociëteit.